Hi, welcome to our Avatar Reclamation season finale with all the cast in one place. Let's fucking meet them. First up, moi. Hi, I'm Riley Gritch on Twitter and Twitch. That's GRYC. It's Czech. It's funny like that. I speak and talk about things way too much. I'm amped and stoked out of my mind for this episode. Honey, take it away.
Hello, everybody. I'm Honey. I was asked to come back to reintroduce everyone to Nimbia, and I'm very, very excited.
Take it away, Ellis. Yeah.
I will take it away. My name is Ellis. I use they, them pronouns. You can find me on Twitter at Hekvetica, Hekvetica, where I talk about TTRPGs and UI UX design. Probably a lot about Elden Ring in the next week or two. Today I am playing our Fire Nation Today I'm playing our Fire Nation Thembo Shoza, who also uses they, them pronouns. And I will pass it off to Jay. Take it away.
Still muted, Jay.
Oops. Hello, everybody. My name is Jay. I use they, them, and today I am playing the icon, Yang Cho Yu, who uses they and he pronouns. I'm passing it off to Chris.
Hi, everyone. My name's Chris or Christiana. I use she, her pronouns, and so does my character Satya. You can find me on Twitter or Instagram at Carpe Christie. And I'm just super excited to be here today. Your energy is infectious, Riley. Thank you.
Energy.
Yes. I'll pass it off to my homegirl, Maya.
Hello. Hi, my name is Maya. I use she, her pronouns. I play Ji Young, who also uses she, her pronouns. I'm so excited. Everyone here is so cool. I'm doing great. I'm having a really normal one, you guys. Let's do this. Who hasn't gone yet? Glyza.
Oh, hi. I am here today. Glyza. Today I'm playing Fior. You met Fior in the beginning. Fior has totally changed characters. I'm Glyza, she, they pronouns. Fior is he, him, and Fior is totally not gonna mess this up. But I'm so glad to be back. Hello.
Nikki, bring us home.
All right, and I am Nikki. I am playing Junsho, our unhinged tinkering engineer scientist. Junsho the science bow, and twin to Shoza. And we both use she, her pronouns.
Identical twin.
Sorry,
Looks exactly the same as one another.
There's not totally a foot between us in height.
There's not totally a foot.
They
no.
look exactly the same.
Shoza just wears stilts. It's fine.
Yeah. Just can't
Always
see it under their
stilts.
pants.
There you go. I'm so psyched. All right. We are just going to open shortly after where we left off last time. A hand unheld, a dinner now finished, and as the kitchen that Nimbia organized, and Nimbia, you'll be happy to know they've kept the kitchen in good working order. It did not get destroyed this season. We're to cut in on Satya and just go straight in with a plan, maybe to win over somebody's heart. We'll see. How about you take it away, Satya?
Yeah. That moment was really crucial for Satya. She finally, I think, realized in that moment where G rejected her hand for comfort that something about the situation had made her either jealous or upset. And that was kind of all Satya needed to be like, okay, I know how she feels, I think. And I need to go and fix this. And it needs to be perfect because G is perfect. And she will try to find Junsho, like leave the table after everyone's caught up, try to find Junsho, and talk to her about something possibly.
Oh.
Yeah. Where would Junsho be after dinner?
After dinner, she is probably back in her lab, tidying up after the experimentation and taking Satya's notes and filling them in with pertinent information about levels and things like that. And I don't know, is Shoza in here with me, or is it just me?
Shoza is like at their bunk. I can jump into their scene if you want, or if you have more
that would
for
be great.
June. They where'd it go? Yeah, so Shoza has been in their fields this entire like canonical day, with talking to June about their parents and I guess talking to June about their parents. It's kind of just it. So they are sitting on their little hammock bunk, and they have the teapot from their mother, and they've taken it out, taken Nimbia's letter out of it, and they are reading it. And I think I'll read it now, but I think like this sort of audio is like played over the following like a montage of what everyone's doing. But it says, "My dearest beam of strength, being strong means knowing when to be soft as well. One must know how to look for the give during a punch, but be prepared to tighten their muscles when taking one. I may not be there to greet you in the morning, spar with you in the rain, or remind you of manners, but I am not gone. You can write to me at any time, and I have left my sparring hand wraps with my things. Remember to wash your face, wash the rice, and keep a watch out for those who threaten the ones you love. You are the steady heartbeat of the crew, my lovely thick dumpling. Be safe, and when you whisper to the clouds, know that I hear you. I love you and am proud of you. Love, Nimbia." And so I think that audio plays over everyone else's montage. And I think Shoza, like we see Shoza take Nimbia's hand wraps and just sort of like pockets them on their person. They don't necessarily wrap their hands right now because there's not really any reason to. But yeah, that is what Shoza is doing.
We have 2 more hours at least of this. My God.
What's up, nerds?
My makeup.
Oh my God. I love
Have
the
some
idea of,
mercy.
like, Shoza walking around doing the same Charlie Brown walk that Junsho did. in episode 2.
Oh my God, my heart. Jesus
I put eyeliner
Christ.
under my eyes for like the first time.
Same.
I will
Oh my
say,
God.
I will say, I did not write that. Honey wrote that. So for the audience, don't mistake that for my. I didn't do anything. I just read it. So all the credit goes
You
to
did a really good
Honey.
job reading it.
This is very
my
true.
God. All right. With our heartstrings pulled fully out of our chests, Satya and Junsho.
Hey, June.
Yeah.
I could really use your help with something.
Okay.
I really don't know what I'm asking for, but I have a really important conversation that I want to have with G, like at sunset on the deck, and I was hoping that maybe you might have something to make it like really special. I don't know, like something that makes flowers explode, or just like some nice candles, or
I
anything.
have things. I have things. I have ideas. I have ideas. And like she's like, you if there was a little thought bubble above her head, you know, like the little chibi thought bubbles that Shoza gets. So now Junsho has one, and it's just like little like chibi Junsho with like sparks flying off of her and like shit exploding in the background. And then she puts together she gets like these little jars and hold on just a second. And so she gets together some little jars, and then she finds some hold on a second, wait. I'm trying to come up with the exact words for this. Yeah, so she puts together some like different phosphorus chemicals, and so she has these little like jars that have like screw top lids, and she puts the different things in there, and then before she closes the lid completely, she shakes it up a little bit, lets some of the air escape, and then closes it, and she goes, glowing jars.
This is beautiful. Thank you. Okay, question for the GM. Are we still flying in the air? Are we landed? Are we near something?
Still flying. It's the
Still
evening
flying.
of. Yep.
Okay, got it. And Shoza's not in the room with us. They're in their room. Okay, gotcha. Thank you, Junsho, so much. If
now
you
be
could,
very careful. This is very flammable.
then I'm not the right person to touch them. Would you mind finding like a place on the top of the deck and setting them up for me?
Sure, but then you tell me everything later, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't talk about it much, but I really like romantic shit, so make sure you come back and tell me about it.
Sure, yeah, I will.
All right.
If it goes well, but we'll see.
I bet it will.
Okay, I'm gonna go find Shoza. I need their help too.
Okay, well actually who is this surprise for again?
It's for G.
Oh, so I can't have her help me put the jars up?
No, I was actually gonna ask Shoza if they could distract G.
Well,
until
why don't somebody else distract G, because I need somebody to help me put the jars up, kind of small.
Oh. Okay, maybe then I'll just ask Choyu.
Wait, I know.
Why
I'll
don't you-
distract G. You take Shoza with the jars, and you two go put the things up, and I'll go distract G.
Again, I don't think I'm the best person to handle this, but you know what?
I know
It's
that
okay.
Shoza seems unwise. However, there are things that Shoza's very good at, and one of them is surprises. You should see what we do for Mother's Day. It's pretty awesome. And the other is helping me with science stuff. And also, they're really militarily, like, very, like, clever. And I think a lot of people think because Shoza doesn't have a science brain like mine that they're not very smart, but that's not it. They're just smart in different ways. So, sure, they can be kind of unhinged, and that's a lot coming from me, but I think that they actually could help you with this.
Okay, well, I will do that then.
Plus, they're kind of sad right now, so I think it'll be nice to give them something to do.
Oh. Okay, yeah, that's a good idea. Thank you, Junsho.
They miss our mom,
I'm gonna go.
and they miss Nimbia, so...
Oh.
And I know that you lost your mom, so maybe you can talk to them.
Yeah, I miss her too.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go find G and figure out something for us to do together.
Yeah, at sunset would be great if you could bring her up.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good.
All right. And I'll like scurry away.
Cool. And you're going to find Shoza?
Yes.
All right. Cut to the Thembo, Charlie Browning in a hammock.
Yeah, I'd like
100% Shoza is lying in their sort of hammock bunk with Dumpling, the turtle duck, on their chest. And Shoza's got like 1 foot hanging out of the hammock so they can like gently like rock themselves. And they're just sitting there like staring at the ceiling.
Hey, Shoza. It's Satya. Can I come in? I really need your help.
Oh yeah, sure. It's just me and Dumpling, and they like sit up and they put Dumpling in their little like bowl of water that they like float around on. What's up? Yeah.
When I see the turtleneck, I don't think I've ever seen
Probably not
something before. I'll be like, oh, do you want to know something really funny?
What?
Growing up, Jay is already reacting. Growing up, I convinced Choyu that turtle duck pee would make their hair grow faster.
Shows that kind of like lights up and like sort of giggles. That's wild.
Yeah, they believed it until we were about like 13, 14 years old because they finally asked our professor one day about it, like secretly. Like they waited until after class, pulled the professor aside, asked him about it, and he was so incredulous that of course it was not true.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Probably not. That makes sense.
It was so funny. And then Choyu chased me around for a little bit because they were so mad, but it was worth it.
That's awesome. I taught Dumpling how to flex, and Sheza looks at Dumpling and she goes, and
and then you see Dumpling not do a flex so much as do the like duck barrel roll maneuver. Just
that's basically like it. They're getting it.
That's very impressive. Yeah.
Why did you just want to tell me why shows it or why Choyu smells like pee?
Well, no, I actually Junsho was helping me with something, and like I pull out this like crate of lights, phosphorescent.
Whoa! Big crate.
Would you help me set these up on the top deck? Junsho is going to be distracting G for a while, and I wanted to surprise G with something. And Junsho said that you were really good with surprises. So.
yeah, I could do that. And Sheza like steps out of the room and just like picks up the crate, and like starts like heading towards the top deck as they're talking. Okay. Yeah, I have a really cool surprise that I like to do. That's I call it the June show because it's like June show, but it's like a show. And we also we call her June. And it's like sometimes when June's like really concentrating on something, I'll do like sparkle fingers and light her hair on fire, and it just makes me laugh every single time.
Does that make her laugh?
One time, she definitely laughed one time, I'm pretty sure.
All right, that's fine. Okay, I was hoping we could like string these up real high, and seeing as like you're really tall and really strong, I figured that you'd be the perfect person to do that. So did June. Awesome. And then Satya just kind of direct where she wants them to put things.
Yeah, Shoza has no trouble setting it all up.
Yeah.
And I think while they're setting it up, we're going to hard cut to Junsho and Ji Young. If that makes sense.
Where's G?
This is like just after dinner?
Yeah.
Is that what we said?
Yeah. A few minutes. Yeah.
Okay, I think G I actually think G's probably on the deck.
Okay.
Like
so Junsho hearing Shoza coming up the stairs is like, G, hey,
Hi, what's up?
Do you know how to play Pai Sho?
Pai Sho. My mom tried to teach me when I was a kid, but I didn't listen.
Okay. Well, I'd like to play Pai Sho, but Chuyu's in a weird mood and Shoza's sad, and I'm afraid that if I win, Satya will stab me. So will you play Pai Sho with me?
Yes, I will. I don't think Satya would stab you, but Yes. You're gonna have to give me a refresher on the rules, but I'll play with you.
Awesome, great. Come with me. I have a set in my the poetry. um, I have a set in our bunk. In my lab. I have a set in my lab. Let's go to my
In your
lab.
lab? Oh, okay. Do you want to
And
play in the lab or do you want to play up here? The sun's still out.
I would rather play in the lab.
Okay.
In the
Oh,
lab,
yeah.
all the way down at the bottom of the ship.
I have an experiment going that I need to keep an eye on.
Oh, okay. That's smart. Yeah, sure. Let's go.
can I get the two of you to make rely on your skills and training?
Oh, shit.
Actually,
All right.
I'll get a rely on your skills and training from Junsho and a push your luck from G.
What the fuck is push your luck again? Which skill is that?
Push your luck is passion.
Fashion, thank you.
Mine's focus. Okay, good. Phew. I was like, okay, how good am I gonna be at lying to?
Oh no, this is for the Pi Show game. This is
I got a 7.
I
7.
rolled a 7, but I got a +2, so that's a 9.
Dang.
Nice. Okay.
My ass beat.
Actually, you held your own pretty well. Like you were like once Junsho was able to explain the rules, like you put up a good show. It's not a total like took you to the bank scenario, but like you were within like 1 to 2 moves and you were still in contention up until the end. And Junsho may or may not have been playing you out a little bit more and extending the game with certain maneuvers and moves that you didn't really notice were purposefully extending the time of the game. But we do that time reveal thing where Junsho sets the Pi Show board down and then it cuts in with new pieces being played down, and then it eventually cuts to the full board with the game played out and ended. And that will have been enough time for Satya and Shoza to set up the deck.
So she lays her last piece down and she goes, and so then Shoza said, surprise! And Mom looked like she was going to kill us, but it looked really cool.
Really? Wow. Wait. That's like the coolest thing you've ever told me.
Yeah, cool. Awesome. Well, do you want to go see the sunset now?
Huh? Oh, I was kind of gonna lie down.
We should go see the sunset now.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Awesome.
I think the hilarious picture of Junsho pushing a much larger human being and
like, up the
stairs. All right, I'm walking.
And what does the scene look like, Satya?
Yeah, I imagine it's like golden hour and everything is orange and gold and purple and a little bit of like rosy pink. And it's just dark enough that like the phosphorescence of the lights is a nice ambiance to one little corner of the top deck where it's like the least windy, you know, but still a little windy because we're flying. And were there like flowers anywhere on the ship that Satya could have taken?
Oh, certainly somewhere. Yeah.
Okay. So there's like, she had cut all the stems off and there's just like flowers on the ground in this little spot that she wants. And she's very nervous. And so she probably doesn't see G walk up because she's just like looking out at the edge of the deck.
And then it's like the Junsho pushes up and then Junsho immediately like retreats down, I imagine.
Oh yeah, she doesn't even come through the door. She just pushes G in the butt to like push forward and then like pieces out. She goes, okay, have fun. And then like runs down the stairs back to her bunk to tell Shoza about the Pi Show game.
G.
Hi.
Why don't you come over here?
Oh, yeah. Is this all for Shoyu?
No, it's not. Choyu's actually kind of been helping me without really helping me. And I haven't been super open with you like I usually am. And I really want to apologize for that. I know
you don't have to, you have nothing to apologize about. I completely understand. It's okay. I'm sorry if I made you feel uncomfortable, and I will always put myself in the position that you need me to be in. So just tell me what you need from me, and I will stand where you need me to stand.
Satya just kind of laughs to herself because there's like a million dirty jokes just like
you fuckers. I meant the chess pieces. Fuck you. Let's go.
She will, if you let her, try to hold both of your hands and just kind of position you kind of by the side of the deck, so that you're backlit. And you see she just kind of like, she just looks at you for a second because it just looks like you're glowing, with the golden light haloing you and your hair just kind of blowing in the breeze. And she says, gee, for a long time now, very long time, I have been dishonest with you. I have been so scared of not needing you to protect me because you taught me everything that you know. And I was so scared that if I no longer acted vulnerable, no longer acted like I needed you, that you would leave. Like so many people in my life have left. But I know now that you won't. And it's not because you think you need to protect me from danger. I'm in love with you. And
what?
I'm in love with you, and I have been for a very long time, because you make me feel safe, not just because you're always beside me, but because you see me. You're the only person who saw me, not the angry Satya, not the grieving Satya. You saw me as the person who just wanted justice, who just hates imbalance. And I didn't know how to regulate all of the feelings because I was so young. But you were there and you guided me through all of that. And you stayed.
You're in love with me?
Yeah.
What about you?
I love them too. And they know, but they also know that I cannot live my life without you there. And they're okay with that.
Okay. So, I think maybe I might have misunderstood a few things previously. I was listening at the door when you were talking to Shoyu about the betrothal and all that stuff, and Shoyu was saying that you needed to tell me how like the truth, and you were saying that you were scared, and I thought that you had figured out that I am in love with you, and you were so and you were scared that you would hurt me if you told me that you
Can
didn't feel the
she
same way.
interrupt G
because
by just
I-
like trying to kiss her?
Oh, she will kiss you back.
Yay!
Oh.
And then when she pulls away, just Chogi this whole time has been trying to tell me to tell you how I feel. That's what you were hearing, because I have been so scared that you didn't feel the same way and that I would lose you, because you're the only thing I have left to lose. I've lost everything else.
She's going to kiss you.
Okay.
Oh.
If we're okay with leaving that scene there.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Screaming in my head. And casually online. It's fine. It's okay. Oh, we zoom out on the deck of this lighted up ship with these phosphorescent glowing glasses, and the two now lovers, former bodyguard, Barty-Gardy, now like fucking polycule in the sky. All right. And we are going to hard cut to about a day or so later, and the city of Omashu, sitting upon its great hill, with Nimbia and Fior returning. Nimbia having gotten word that it's not definite, but there have been rumblings and more than a lot of, what is the word for not gossip, I guess, gossip, about... Rumors, that's the word. Why could I not think of rumors? English is so hard. God damn.
Rumor.
There we go. Rumor has it. About a shift in the throne, potentially Cho-Yu being coronated. Nothing is confirmed for sure, but I think now you had an idea to come back and sort of be like, we should probably figure that out. So, yeah, you know what? Let's just toss it into the full mix. While you are entering the city, who would be on the deck of the ship, sort of like looking out?
It would be G. It's still
yeah.
G looking out, doing lookout.
Yeah. Has G ever had Fior or Nimbia described to them?
That is a fantastic question. I feel like Shoza might have described Nimbia. At some point, I feel like that seems like something they would do.
Yeah.
For Fior, I feel like the only descriptions she would have gotten were like that dweeb.
Dweeb.
And,
yeah.
And, but Cho-Yu.
Yeah, he's like super short.
Yeah,
he's such a dweeb.
Short, blonde-haired dweeb.
But Cho-Yu did. I feel like Cho-Yu mentioned specifically that Pana looks like Fior, so I maybe would have that in mind. But that would be it, I would think.
Now we're going the opposite. Fior looks like Pana.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's true.
And he looks up with the eyes of Pana.
Stop!
God damn it. So yeah, you would look over the side of the ship as it's coming into port and see Nimbia, and you would see someone who looks an awful lot like Pana over the side.
Oh. How close are we to docking?
You're pretty close. You're like coming in several yards away, but also pretty near the entrance to Omashu. So it's sort of like a 50-50 split between the two, if that makes sense.
Does the city know what the ship looks like at this point, or nah?
I think the city would know. I think it would take a second for word to reach the proper people and for them to get down to the dock. Yeah.
Okay.
Do we see the ship? Just out of curiosity.
Oh yeah.
Do you
it's
see
hard to
your
miss an
ship?
Airship.
I see my ship. My
Yes.
ship. Do I
Yes,
see my ship?
Yeah, Fior, you see your airship beginning to dock in Omashu, and a woman on the deck looking down who's rather tall at you with sort of a curious expression.
That leads me to my next question, which is, does it look like they're on a fun walk through the dock area, or does it look like they're here to, like, does it look like they're looking at the ship like, there's what we're looking for? Do you know?
Nimbia, what's the vibe?
Hey, what's the vibe? Vibe check.
I want to say that I'm explaining to Nimbia why this is a good idea, why I'm here to apologize to Choyu before the coronation, because I feel like I've made some strides in the changes. I have obviously shaved my head. I have darkened the color of my hair. I've changed into goth me. I am ready to show Choyu how much I've changed and grown in the time that I've been away. That is basically the things that I've been telling to Nimbia.
How might Nimbia respond?
And for people who have never seen Nimbia before, Nimbia is like 6'2", has this sleek and defined musculature, very minimal curves, dark brown skin. Today, yeah, she's got her guns out, her arms are out, and there's that scarring along her biceps and forearms that she's turned into these dark blue and silver waves of inspirational scriptures via tattoos to cover it. Her hair today is sort of half braided back, and she's let her curls fall down her back, and she's got her veil on and so on, a little bit dressed up just in case. And she's carrying a basket that's no doubt full of goodies and stuff for the people she's going to visit. And she's like, So you are under the impression that the eyeliner, because you have now made it look like you have been punched in the eyes, is supposed to make the sympathy happen when you say, I am sorry. This is the formula you have done in your head.
I feel like it. I mean, we have been training all this time for me to be, what was it you were saying, a remorseful person?
You should not put the quotations if you are actually remorseful.
I am
sorry, there is not a supposed thing. It hurts your heart inside to know you have harmed someone.
It does. That's why I shaved my head. Do you know how much I like my blonde hair? I did this to show that I care.
Okay, this is what you are going with, and that is fine. This is you. Remember, we said you learn from the actions that you are doing, and this is going to be another life lesson. But please understand. You see up there, they have hired a tall woman. Do you see this one?
Oh, it's my ship.
Yes, do you see though? There is a person that is looking at me, and I am looking at a very beautiful person. Do you see this?
She's gorgeous. I wave at.
Do you know how easy it is for me to pick you up and throw you? You know this?
Yes, you have done it multiple times in the farm.
They have hired someone else who is not my precious dumpling that can do this. Can you see this?
Do you think that's a bodyguard?
How am I supposed to know? I am not kept in the loop, but I do know that if you go on this ship and say, I have a black hair now, that means I am sorry, let me talk to the person I tried to kidnap, they are not going to go, okay, please come this way.
Right, you're right. I have to wait until Choyu is by themselves, is what you're saying.
No. Oh my god.
I feel like
that's
what I'll just have to wait. I won't go onto the ship.
Excuse me. She's just gonna wave a little bit. Just wave.
And at this point, the ship is pretty
Can
close.
Junsho be driving the ship right now?
Yeah.
So she's on the deck seeing this.
It is at this point that Nimbia, looking up, waving at G, shows a slam against the side of the ship.
Oh.
Nimbia!
And Junsho's like in her rigging right now.
Just into the air.
Fior hides quickly because this is the thought pattern. If they see me now, I can't apologize to Choyu. I'm gonna hide somewhere really quickly.
As
they hide.
As you are hiding, Shoza like course corrects with an explosion, rolls off of like a rooftop that was closer than the street, and then like lands pretty hard on the street. Nimbia! And like Shoza just like bear hug like into the
Oh my goodness, oh my precious. Oh hello. Look have your biceps? Are you getting more swole? Have you got more swole?
I arm wrestled the boulder and I won. Slammed him through a table, and then what else? I punched a lady really hard, which was pretty cool. Everybody seemed really into it. I learned some stuff about cooking because June's been taking care of the kitchen, and what else?
Okay, it's okay. Take a break. Please put my feet down on the ground, and then you take a break.
Just sets you down. Oh yeah. Sorry. Who's this little dweeb?
Oh, this is
and then runs away. Fior just runs.
Whoa.
Like you can recognize that run. You know.
No. Yep.
Run.
It's coming. Yeah. So that's Fior, huh? Not a lot of people run like that.
Yes, he's
run.
As Fior hears that,
I need a description.
Into a manly run.
How does he
run? Very manly.
Looks like
very run like this.
Run.
The bimbo run. The bimbo run.
And then I'm running very normally. I don't know what are you talking about.
Wow.
Fior, this is you remember you have the eyeliner now. You are ready.
She's gone. They're gone.
Oh, okay.
Oh wow. You really booked it.
Yep.
Sorry.
Muscles from the lifting of the goats. That's
you've been making him do the I did that once.
They can't get the lift, but they can run from the angry ones. There's getting lots of practice.
Yeah. That makes it. Riley, you're muted.
I've been muted this entire time, haven't I?
Oh, no.
Trying to speak. God damn it.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. And I think at this point, the ship is fully docked. Everyone could have disembarked.
So that's my question. Is I think G would be looking to see. G is looking specifically for Choyu and Satya right now.
Solid.
Just throwing that out there.
Junsho runs to Nimbia and just leaps into her arms.
Oh, my precious.
I left your kitchen just how it was, and I've been using a stool, and I made the 3 things that you taught me how to make, and I make them very well, and I haven't burned the kitchen down.
Oh, look at you. You are just succeeding. Everyone is doing an amazing job. I have brought you treats, but perhaps we should greet you have new friends on the boat.
Oh, yeah. We met a lady who's almost as tall as you.
I think at that point G would start. G is looking to like see where Choyu and Satya are, but she is gonna come down as well.
Junsho like wipes tears off her face after Nimbia puts her down.
Satya's sitting on the deck, like not on the same side as G, just like afar, just watching her.
G is looking to look. G is Satya looking where Fior went. G is worried that Satya's going to stab him.
I don't think Satya noticed.
Okay, thank God. Then that was Maya. Sorry. And G is gonna walk up over to Choyu. Not Choyu. Walk up to Shoza and Nimbia. Say hello. You must be Nimbia. I've heard a lot about you. My name's G. Hi. You have really cool tattoos.
Thank you. I believe that our scars help make us who we are, but they do not define what we will be. So you can make beauty out of anything. You are a very beautiful and strong woman. Oh. And you are here protecting my precious ones. So thank you.
Thank you. You're extremely cool. She
is. She's really cool.
Yeah, like you told me how cool she was, but like,
yeah, look
wow,
how tall
it's
she
even
is.
cooler in person. She's really tall as well. It's nice seeing someone as tall as me, honestly.
It's good for the neck. It's easier on the neck when you can look at
it. It really is, because you got to do this a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So the little guy who just booked it at top speeds, is that the person who I've also heard a little bit about, potentially? Fior?
According to them, they have been reinvented. They now are in a darker color mode. They are no longer blonde. They have now gone to black, but it's more like
they're in dark mode versus light mode.
dark mode Discord.
So it's a
okay.
It's a they're not a threat because you can pick them up and throw them. They will get back up again.
I got that vibe just from the general. Yeah. Sorry, I had to check. But can we like? I'm so glad you're here. Obviously, like these guys are so happy you're here. Is there anything we can do? Like, do you need something from us, or
Could I interrupt this with a quick question? Liza, where did Fior run off to?
Where'd he go?
Fior ran off really, really far and then turned around and came back and hid in like a different corner and can hear everything. And when Nimbia was like, oh, dark mode. And then when everyone was like, oh, the dweeb, Fior is like, oh, all of the pain. I deserve this. I deserve this. And it's just like echoing in the background. I deserve this. I need to apologize. It is all my fault. But that's basically.
One question. You'd probably be pretty blindsided if something ran up and like sort of like surprise tackled you and then like dragged you off somewhere. That's a reasonable assumption to make.
That's very reasonable. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Number 2, hey Choyu, I've got a question.
Yeah.
Does your eelhound know Fior's scent?
Probably. You know, so the eelhound we had probably okay. I don't so from all the original adventures, I don't think so because I was staying away from home. But when we went to Amashu the last time, I unloaded all of Fior's shit off the boat and it's like somewhere in the palace. And I was probably hanging out with Xiaolong and just talking to her and, you know, talking about Fior because I was sad and all of that. So, yes.
Okay. This is what's going to happen then. And Choyu's sort of in their quarters, like.
Okay, let me unmute myself again. Yeah, so I think on the approach to Amashu, Choyu was talking to Satya about the distraction wedding idea because they had pitched it the night before and then things got weird and there was tension and Choyu went to bed extremely anxious because they didn't want that to come across poorly and they were really worried that Satya would think that everything between them was fake and that they were just faking it. And so I think this morning, like on the approach to Amashu, they were reiterating with Satya that we were just faking this wedding so that we can snoop around and find out more from my mom, who I heavily suspect is hiding something. Like they wanted to reiterate that to make that very clear. And then they also probably talked about how the thing with G went, and Choyu was ecstatic that you finally told her. So
fair. Cool.
Yeah. But I think Satya went off to go to the deck and Choyu has to finish getting ready because they're getting all dressed up again because their mom is going to see them. So,
yep, totally fair. So stomping down the street, first at a distance and then too quickly to do anything about it, Fior. A large eelhound just like pommels you from the back and you do that like anime thing of like flipping over and it just has you on its back And while this conversation about Fior is occurring between Nimbia and G, and Junsho and Shoza are standing there, Xiaolong just shoots by with Fior like going on their back.
Right.
Hey,
And then
it's Joyu's puppy.
My 12-foot tall dog.
Oh no.
So after
Happening.
the initial excitement of seeing Nimbia has worn off, Junsho's just standing there with her arms crossed, glaring at Fior and not saying a word.
That's fair.
Fior is on the ground, right?
No, Fior's on the back of Xiaolong.
Right. All right,
Yeah.
cool.
Shoza, go for it.
No, I was just saying like Fior's on the back, but like just staring at everybody like this.
Yeah.
Awesome.
As Xiaolong runs by, Shoza points Xiaolong out to Nimbia, even though she can obviously see it, and says, "Oh, hey, I did curls with that. I did a couple bicep curls with it."
And
Is
then
that Fior?
And then is that Fior? Like after that comment, Xiaolong just jumps up the ramp of the airship, probably like swishes by quickly Satya, like in front of, and like rubs up against her legs really quick, and then shoots for Choyu's door. Does Satya do anything upon seeing Fior by any chance?
Fior's on the back of the dog?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Fior's on the back of the 12-foot
shit.
eel hound, yes.
I think in a previous episode we had established, because Xiaolong knows Satya from like when we were kids as well, and Satya is one of the only few people that Xiaolong will listen to.
Yeah, it's
besides
pretty much like Satya, me, and maybe my mom sometimes if she bribes her with treats.
Yeah. So be like, "Oh, hey, sweet girl, why did you lie down for me?"
She starts booking it back towards the ship.
Satya's got one dagger out because she knows who this bitch is immediately on site.
And Xiaolong, you can just hear the barks already from your cabin, Choyu. Like, this is not a subtle eel hound that has glomped on board to the ship.
I want to ask, so Xiaolong turns on its back. I am pinned under Xiaolong, right? I just want to know that this is clear to everybody.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like
that's
when
great.
the dog lies down to roll over onto its tummy and you're just like underneath it.
Yes, that is what's happening.
So dagger go ahead.
Fiora is just making this noise.
Dagger out, Satya just kind of places it under Fiora's chin. Just, "Hi, you don't know me. We've never met. But my name's Satya, and that means truth. I don't know if you know that concept, but if you so much as tell one slight untruth to anyone in this group, especially Choyu, that will be the last thing you ever say."
Is it safe to say that Choyu might have exited the cabin at that point?
Okay, so first of all, I'm very gay. I'm just gay. So I think when I heard Xiaolong, I think Choyu was still like putting still trying to finish putting their look together. And they started hurrying, I think, to finish pinning all their hair back. And I think they would come out just as Satya was finished saying what she was saying.
As soon as Fior sees Choyu come out, he goes, "My love, Choyu, Your Majesty. Also, you're kind of hot. But can you just move it a little bit away from my throat because you're gonna really puncture it? And
before you even finish your sentence, she's sheathed her dagger and has walked away, but not so far away that she can't see Choyu.
awesome. Thank you.
Shoyu is standing there shocked. Like they walk out thinking like, oh, it's my eelhound, and and then I see you, and you look so different from the last time I saw you. And I think like their face is very bad at hiding the series of emotions that goes through my brain. I think I look confused at first, and then upon recognizing you, I look shocked, and then I look like angry, like pissed off. I cross my arms in front of me, and I'm just like looking down at you because you're still pinned under my eel hound.
I think Xiaolong would have stood up right when you're getting pissed off and trotted over to sit next to you, like just you're here, I'm there, like dog by side, if that makes sense.
Heel.
Yep.
Fior jumps up like a gymnast, but like not to show off, but just like that's just what they do. Also, really to show off. And looks at Choyu. I was like, this is not really how I wanted to do this.
What are you doing here?
I look at Nimbia.
Just to now gauge, Nimbia has come up.
I just like look at Nimbia just to gauge the facial expression and just try to see what I should do based on Nimbia's expression.
I think as Nimbia comes up, Choyu sees Nimbia for the first time, and they like look at her, and I think like as Fior has his back turned, like Choyu's looking at her, and they mouth like, I think they mouth, what the fuck.
He just said, Nimbia, oh yes, here we are. Hello, Choyu, my precious. You are looking so lovely. I met your new associate, and I have not met this one who had a knife at the throat, and you have this is a big animal. I have not seen this one before. Fior, go ahead.
Choyu points at Satya and says, that's Satya. That's Xiaolong. What are you doing here?
Well, I came to visit friends, but sometimes I understand that this is not something that is still possible, and I understand. If you do not want us here, we will be quick. I have dumplings that I can leave with the twins and so on as we take our leave.
I am happy to see you. What is he doing here?
Well, apparently he took some inspiration from your previous look, and now believes because of eyeshadow and the darkened hair that you can see, and I think everyone here can see how sorry, maybe not the way that it is meant, but how sorry the appearance is here. Go ahead now, Fior, you do your apology. Say what you had written down, and pain, and put the skull from the owl nest in the house and all the rest of it. Go ahead. Tell them. Go ahead.
Well, I don't want to do that now. I mean, and I took out a letter. I'm like, I have a whole thing, but
okay.
Oh, I don't know. Hi, I guess.
That's not how you start an apology. You have
to. Okay. Wait, I got this. And I take out a letter, and I look at Choyu, and I go, so you met my mom, and I'm sorry I didn't tell you that the dad that I was talking about is technically my mom, and that my dad sort of died a long time ago. All of these things, I've had a really messy time. Not that I'm excusing anything I did, but I'm sorry for trying to kidnap you, and I'm sorry that I think this was the best way to keep you safe from my not dead mom. And then you look at the letter. This is exactly what the letter is saying. Like, she's not making this up. They wrote down exactly what they're saying. And I'm sorry. I know you're happy now. Especially with what I hear is happening with the coronation. And I'm not here to re-kidnap you again. That's not my intention. I just want to say sorry. And I and then he looks at everybody, and he looks at Satya, he looks at G, he looks at Shozu, he looks at Junsho, and is like, definitely, I'm not here to reinsert myself in your life. I just I'm glad you're happy. And yeah. I'm gonna go.
Okay.
And then looks at Nimbia, is like, did I do well? Yeah. Did I do a little bit well?
If you are this, I am not the one to judge this. You are going good. You are doing a good thing. I am sorry. I'm glad you're happy.
Okay, I'm
Choyu
going.
is just standing there, like staring at you, because like this is
Yeah, seeing that like maybe Choi's a little bit overwhelmed, Satya will go over and just hold their hand supportively.
I think also, if it's okay, G, as soon as G arrived on the ship, like when she was chasing after Xiaolong, she went to stand behind Choyu just to make sure they know that they have like that same sort of idea of like, if you need something, tell me and I will do it kind of vibe. So G's been there too.
Fiora takes a look at Choyu and says, I definitely understand if you can't forgive me. It's okay. I mean, it's not okay. It's what it is. But I am going to go. And I just wanted
want me to forgive you.
No.
What did you want by coming back here? You lied to me.
Yeah.
I trusted you. I trusted you.
Yeah.
And I think Choyu is just like really overwhelmed, and they can't really say anything else, at least in this moment. And they are kind of also looking between Nimbia and Fior, because as they're like sort of whispering back and forth to each other, it's like Choyu is just like, oh god, like he really hasn't changed, has he? Like always looking to get coached by Nimbia and all that.
Fior is I'm basically like, the minute you said I trusted you, it all hits me that whatever it is I'm doing, whatever it is I'm trying to do here, does not make any sense. Traveling here and trying to ask for forgiveness, it doesn't make any sense. I should have just stayed away if I really meant to ask, if I really did feel bad for what I did. And
it's also like one of those things where like when you really mess up and you want to apologize, I feel like asking, like asking a person if they're ready to hear an apology is also something that maybe Fior should have done.
Fior,
Like, you
Fior is a
basically
dumbass.
ambushed me.
Yeah, Fior is a dumbass, and I will not deny that. I'm playing him as a dumbass. And Fior is standing there, and he realizes all this, and it says, "Right," and looks at Nimbia. Maybe I'm not ready after all.
And I imagine Fior might walk off at that point.
Carefully, because there's a lot of people that might want to kill me. So
Yes.
just
And
very carefully.
And as Fior carefully leaves, shoulder is probably gently grabbed by Junsho just before they exit.
It's not. She doesn't even move. As Fior is turning around, she acts like she's saying it to Shoza, but she's really saying it for Fior. And she looks at Shoza and she says, "You know, Shoza, sometimes people apologize, and it's really more for them than the person they hurt." What? And just continues her crossed-armed, glaring. She's angry and she's trying not to react physically, and that was the best thing she could do, is say something rude. But true. But true.
As Fior turns around to leave, I think Chiou is trying to disappear back into their cabin because they're very overwhelmed, and they were coming out to go up to the palace and do the whole thing, and now they're just super not ready. They're going back inside.
Shoza would know that, would be able to tell that Chiou needs to get away now, because Shoza's been dealing with Junsho having meltdowns their whole life.
Fair.
So, yeah, I just want to point that out.
Yeah. Shoza would. Yeah, Shoza would recognize that, but also Shoza is just in full Nimbia mode and is standing right there, but also hasn't heard anything Fior or Shoyu have said, and it's just like.
Did they hear Junsho address them?
Yeah, that's why they said what, because they were just like, huh, what? Oh yeah, that guy, he's all right. Shoza doesn't really Shoza's so removed from it and doesn't have Shoza is asexual, aromantic, and sex repulsed, is very just Shoyu doesn't like that dude and he was super mean, so I'm not cool with that, but also is just I don't know, I'd still do push-ups with him sometime.
Fair. And Glyza, do you have anything, a last shot of Fior?
The last shot of Fior is just, first of all, thank you for having me. I feel very welcomed. Thank you guys.
I hope you, Glyza, feel very welcome.
We all love you. You're a very good actor.
So welcome. I love to always be here and guest as Fior. It feels so great all the time. I'm kidding. Fior is walking down, very defeated, but it feels like, when something breaks so hard that it feels like the only way you can really move on is be a new person. I think this time really broke him, and I think this would really be the start of them trying to become another person, and I think Nimbia would see that in Fior. And
I think as we see that sort of determination on Fior's face, also with the pain, and show you heading into their cabin, and all eyes turned to Fior leaving, this incredibly tense and emotional moment, we see Izuko's head pop in from the side of the screen. Who are all these people? And then hard cut, we're going to commercial. See y'all in 5 to 10 minutes. Water yourselves and enjoy. We'll be back after
Hello.
Yes, thank you, Jay. As is tradition. Hi, everybody. Welcome back from break. I hope you got watered, you got some treats for yourself, you did some self-care, and you discovered the beautiful meaning of life. I hope that all happened in the last break for you. But we are back, and where do we want to begin this? I don't really have a spot for. No, I do have a spot with Choyu in their room, the cabin, and Nimbia coming to consult with them. So we can begin with that scene, if that's all right.
Nimbia is going to look between Satya and G, the people that she's not that familiar with, but saw the close proximity they were keeping with Choyu, and just respectfully. I know that we would be the equivalent of a distant family in this particular situation. I am not well acquainted with either of you, but do you mind if I see to the one you care for?
Yeah, I think they miss you.
All right. Reaches into your basket of goodies and just pulls like this wrapped kind of, you can tell there's some grease on it and so on. There's a fresh kind of wrapped up bundle of dumplings. This is for you all to share. I will be like, I have ingredients to make fresh. They're going to be a little bit, couple hours old, but here you go. It's just going to
Thank you.
hand it to the closest person and just
Shoza apparates behind us.
just gonna knock gently on Choyu's door.
I think
Riley, you're muted.
And that is a very familiar knock, is all I was saying, Choyu.
I think Choyu is about to like say like I want to be alone right now, thinking it's like literally anyone else. But I think they pause with like their mouth open, and they get up and I think they look through one of their windows to see who it is, just to like confirm. But they'll open the door just like a little bit. Hi.
Hello. So that was a lot.
Choyu's like looking around you, thinking that you have Fior with you.
Do not worry. This was something that he needed to face, and I am so sorry that he had to use you in order for this particular thing. It was something I warned against, but some lessons are hard.
I've missed you.
Oh, I can't say I missed you all as well, because the competence level is a different level thing, and I just, it's just been a lot.
They still don't plan anything, Choyu says, and they open the door a little wider and they step aside to let you into the room.
Nimbia will step in. No, well, actually, there is some getting better at when you have to take care of livestock, you have to have a schedule each day, and we're almost there. We are almost there, you know.
And I think Choyu shuts the door behind you, and they invite you to sit in the room. I think they were in the middle of making themselves a tea.
Do you wish me to take this over so you can sit and recover?
A what?
Do you wish for me to take this over, making for you some tea, so that you can sit and recover?
Sure. You don't have to do that though. But
Well, I have learned in my life. For a while, I was a people pleaser. I just wanted to do everything to make everyone happy, and then I decided no more. If I don't want to do it, I am not going to do it, with the exception of taking care of that little shrimp. Okay, just. And goes over and just on automatic.
I like the image of Xiaolong, my eel hound, like pressed up against one of the windows, just looking in as we have this conversation.
Like with the little paws, like kind of scrapping a little bit, and then just
pretty much, yeah.
that is a bit. Do you want your? Is that your particular? That
Her
is your
name is
company?
Xiaolong.
Oh,
Yeah, she's mine.
so beautiful. Does she bring you comfort? Like, will it be helpful for her to be in here?
She had issues fitting through the door the last time.
Okay, so we're not going to do that because I take up some space, and then that precious being is going to take up some space, and there will be no space. So
this room's big, but not that big.
I am going to ask a complicated question of you. I'm just pouring tea in this. How are you?
Like, right now or generally?
However you wish to answer that question, it is on you. Because right now I can tell you, I am still a little bit peeved. Because I walked all the way here with someone chattering about, oh, I have the eyeliner now. Can't they see? I am sorry. And I am like, no. I mean, yes, you look sorry, but no, that does not show it. And, it was a whole thing. But I'm also pleased to see you all in such good health.
Yeah, a lot has happened since you left. And I think like they're playing with their family crest, which they now wear, like not hidden. Did you hear about all this?
In a way, I heard that there may be something akin to a coronation, and it would have been yours, but I prefer to hear from the people themselves, and I haven't got no letter from you saying, hello, I am going to wear a crown tomorrow. So
I'm unsure of what's happening. I wrote a letter to my mom, but if she's been telling people there's gonna be a thing, then I guess there's gonna be a thing, but I haven't heard back from her either. I was gonna talk to her today. We just got back from and Choyu pauses because they're like, we just got back from fighting Fior's mom, where I learned that Fior lied to me. And I think Choyu just sighs, and then I ran into one of Fior's family members.
that must have been very uncomfortable and unpleasant. It's an awful family. It is not a good family. I am just telling you right now. Like, maybe a cousin or an aunt or a distant person I have never met. But if you had to deal with it, why on earth would you be dealing with it?
She was in the outskirts of Amashu's territory.
You just see Nimbia puts down tea very carefully within reach. Of course she was.
You don't happen to know what she's doing here, do you?
The most I have to do with this person who physically birthed a tiny pain. When I was very small, I come from a tribe where they take care of things like birthing. The best. And if you want your child birthed by the best, you hire these people. And I was a small child when I had seen other things, animals be born, everything, but my mom was like, come, it's time for you to watch your actual person do this. And very smaller one came out. That's why I say a shrimp. It looks like a shrimp.
Yeah, you called him a potato in your letter.
Yeah, a potato, a shrimp, is everything I cannot eat.
Thank you for the letter, by the way.
Yeah.
And you see it like on Choyu's desk.
Oh, you read it. Okay. Well,
why wouldn't I?
I felt very guilty because you are hurting. and I had to leave.
I know.
But
We missed you, but I was telling them if he really does feel sorry, he needs you more than we do.
yes, he needs to learn how to actually not be full of himself with pride, but to love themselves truly. And they haven't learned that yet. So they cannot share that with others.
Yeah.
But you fought his mama, which is, of course you did. And is that, when shows you say, I punched a lady, is this the one that shows you?
Yeah, they kind of, how do they say it, went ham on her.
Oh, that was, well, she'll still feel it. Okay.
Choyu looks down at their own hands. Yeah, she will. And then like just subconsciously like rubs their forearms with their palms.
But I do not want to keep you too long from whatever your relationship happens to be with your new two crew members. It looks very interesting, but it looks like they care for you. And I am hoping that in your heart you have found someone that can help fill that gap.
Yeah. Satya, she's it's complicated. We were raised together and we were betrothed to marry. But then she left. And I think like Choyu's just like starts telling like a very, very abbreviated story of how I know Satya, and that they really, really care for her. So yeah.
Oh, that is so precious. And the taller one, the statuesque one.
That's G.
Ah, yes.
She's very pretty.
Oh, yes. You have definitely made sure that this is a very aesthetically pleasing place to be. However,
you have to be attractive to work here.
But more than just
Oops, all hotties.
but more than just in appearance, it seems like they have good hearts.
They do.
That is good. And again, Fior is like a younger sibling. However, I just have to say, gem to gem, this is upgrade. I am glad to see and you have upgrade. Not actually downshift. I have seen it work the other way, and you have to be like, oh no. But it looks like you have said, I know what I am worth. I am going to give some diamonds, and you did that.
Amazing.
I think Choyu wants to go in for a hug.
Just a firm hug and pat on the back.
We will hug.
And it's during that hug that you probably look out and see someone in the distance approaching the ship. A very familiar tall woman and a very familiar short man in Imperial
my
Guard.
Favorite guards. My favorite guards.
We're bringing them all back, baby.
G will. Did you see them?
Oh yeah, everybody on the deck of the ship can see them. Yeah, and
Fantastic.
we can kind of like cut from the interior cabin shot of the hug to the outside. Yeah, sorry.
G is just gonna stand like in the middle of the way you walk up onto the ship and be as wide as possible and just stand there.
And they come up and approach and just sort of like for a moment, both of them is like, we could probably just walk around him. Like they like look at each other and like look to either side of you. And then they just stop. They stop and they look. And Kovu, the man, the short man, just looks at you and says, Queen Young has invited Choyu and his entourage to the palace for tea. And then Pella says, and some other matters.
Cool. It's nice to see you guys too.
Oh, Pella, what is up? How
in
are
unison,
you?
in unison, the most defeated of sighs. Hi, Satya.
I love this.
Oh, this is so
Cut
good.
to
Can
like the
I-
montage of Satya making their lives difficult.
Yeah, like Satya tying their laces together, Satya tying their hair together, Satya like very young flinging food at them, Satya like creating a mess and then having to clean it up, just all of that.
I need
And then
chibi
Smash.
art of baby Satya now.
Yes. And then just Smash cut to them. Hi, Satya.
I like to imagine when they come closer on the deck, Xiaolong smells them and finally leaves the window and comes around and just like sits between them and show you like the cabin.
Yep. Fully so.
If Xiaolong is within petting distance, G will
100%.
very, very proudly pet Xiaolong. Like, yeah, you know the
Let me
vibes.
let me make it explicitly clear. There is never not a moment that Xiaolong is not within petting distance of at least
she's huge.
one person. Yeah, she's 12 feet long.
No, 12 feet tall, longer.
Right. 12 feet tall, right.
That's too
I did
big.
these estimations just looking at the one eelhound that appears in Avatar.
Yeah.
Looking at the height of the character, like you could double that, so I assumed about 12 feet tall.
Yeah, like there's a picture of Sokka and Katara's dad standing next to one, and their dad is tall, but the eelhound is huge and like at least 15 feet long, I think. It's gigantic.
Yep.
I think G will say thank you for delivering the message. Don't know why there needed to be two people to deliver a message, but we will be there shortly. Thank you.
And then they both just sort of look at each other and are like, we just enjoy each other's company. And then like turn.
Wait, that's sweet.
Wait a minute. The guards are wholesome? Wait.
Like, yo, this is like when your English teacher and your math teacher have like a romance, maybe, and you're like, I bet they have a thing. It's like that.
Misato is just like, nah, G, they just share the same brain cells, so they have to stick together or they don't work. So.
Oh no, is it me and Ellis, but in the game?
Basically.
Cat.
Hi, Gretchen. Hey, everybody, say hi to Gretch.
Hi, Gretchen.
Hi, Gretchen.
So something in chunks.
Hi.
I love her.
Cat.
She's very nice.
Cool.
Do we want to jump cut to the palace, or do we want to have scenes between them?
Palace.
I'm good to skip. Yeah.
I'm good with palace. Yeah.
Cool. Then the whole lot of you, all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of you, including Izuko, including Xiaolong, cat, including a cat for some reason, and the 2 guards will head up the steps of the palace. And again, it is less that she glides, more that the ground glides for her, as Yang Chunyu, the queen of Omashu, glides down to meet everyone and doesn't hesitate a moment to just wrap her arms around Choyu and give you a big old hug. And
cool.
Then we'll sort of do the parent thing of like put you back and like look at you arm's length and then just hands on your shoulder. I am so incredibly proud how you handled the festival. That could not have gone. Pin has told me everything. He is a gleaming, glowing And you just see in the background, like Pin pop out from behind a pillar and just like wave and say, "I tell you," like just briefly during her explanation. She says, "Oh, a king in the making, a monarch. Oh, you'll be wonderful. I am so delighted that you announced that. I'm so happy."
Oh, so you got my letter.
"Yes, of course I did. Why do you think I've been making all these preparations?" And then she gestures behind to the palace. And like low key, it's gotten a bit of a glow up. There's a lot more ornamentation that's been done. Like everything, if everything was clean and relatively pristine, like she keeps it before, this is, you could eat food off of the ground levels of there is no dirt in Omuashu. Like she has earth bended the dust off of the walls. Like this palace is pristine.
I think that like as it zooms out, there's like a ding with like the shiny.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And
I think like
even
Choyu just like peeks out from behind her and like is looking at it, and they just like they're flushing. They're like, oh gosh, like, oh, you didn't have to do this. Like
No, of course I did. Of course I needed to. You're stepping up. You're getting into your royal duties.
Yeah. You've met my friends.
Junsho bows and then
trying to get attention off themselves.
Junsho bows, and then when she stands up, she says, "Oh yeah, my favorite part of the festival was when Chuyu made sure all the people got fed." And smiles her sweetest smile.
And she just says, "Quite right. It was a brilliant idea. I cannot believe you connected so well with the people. It's all they can talk about. Oh my gosh." And also, Izuko is right beside Junsho, and like when Junsho bows, Izuko like, "What?" and like bows as like even deeper and almost does the like teeter fall over thing.
Hey, Queen.
Hello. Shoza. And that's pretty much her only interaction.
Satya will give like a short curtsy, but then go in for a hug.
And she'll bring it in with you and just, "Satya, my dear, how have you been doing?"
I'm well. Yeah, I actually I would like to talk to you privately soon if I could. I mean, Trey could be there too, but I would like to. Of
course. How about we take all of your friends inside and we can abate for a moment into the tea room so we can have a private talk before we have some tea and welcome.
Okay.
And this is Nimbia.
Oh, and the queen immediately realizes her error in like social faux pas, and in a gesture to like complete that and make things right, she sweeps over to you on her little dirt moat, her earth moat, and does a deep and respectful bow to you.
Nimbia returns it, but it is heavy colorations of military training, so it is very specific to her particular tribe, which is very unique, and just a very deep bow with a arm crossed across her chest, and then she lowers her arm. It is I would not say it's a pleasure because I do not know you just as yet, but I can say I appreciate that such a regal individual but such a gem into this world.
I very much appreciate your kind words, and while we do not know each other that well, I look forward to hopefully starting to reverse that. She kind of like falters on her wording. She's trying to be like a little like down to earth, but like she doesn't quite know how to like speak that way because royalty. So like she'll say that
Get
and
with
then
it,
just
Ma.
Yeah, I know. She's kind of a square. And will then again like do a little half bow to you and then turn and with a sweeping gesture that just flattens the steps that you had been standing on to a slope that's more convenient, will say, Come, let us away to the park. And
as we're walking to the parlor, G is gonna fall into step with Satya and very quietly say, do you need or want me to come with you for the private talk as like a bodyguard? Or
Of course I want you there, but I don't think I need to be protected from her. And maybe your presence there would make her less inclined to open up because she's going to be a little bit more formal with you.
Yeah, she knows you.
But
okay,
I think you should hang with Shoza and maybe June as well. See if you can like snoop around, if possible. I don't know.
Snooping. Okay.
And then she will very briefly take leave of the rest of you and sort of like motion for Choyu and Satya to follow into the tea room, if that's all right.
So wait, out of character, what's the plan? So just us are going to get tea, or are all of us getting tea?
The plan is speak to you privately first. The rest of you can kind of like take off whatever. Yeah,
gotcha.
Hang out and take off whatever. Settled. Like, yeah, and get settled, exactly. Yeah.
Probably because get shown to the rooms that Choyu made for everyone last time, that sort of thing.
Exactly. Okay, so get shown to their rooms, be able to set bags down. Point of order on that, actually, the queen, upon realizing that there's another room needed, would herself carve out an entirely new room that's sort of in matching with the vibe she's getting from Nimbia, and make it very accommodating and like make a big show of it to be like, here, didn't know you were here, but we're making room now, and like carves it out and makes it look a lot like the job that Choyu has done on the other rooms, but also adds her own personal like royal touches and adornments and what have you, before bowing again to Nimbia and then going with Choyu and Satya to the tea room. And she will sit down and say, so, what is this news that you have, or this thing that you need to tell me?
Satya just kind of looks at Choyu, seeing if they want to take the lead or no.
Choyu is going to take your hand. But I think they're waiting for you to talk.
Okay. Well, we all know that Choyu and I have been betrothed for a very long time. And that didn't really end when, my family left, but as we are now adults and able to make decisions, Choyu and I love each other very much, and we would like to get married. And
my goodness! And just like, it's completely inappropriate for her to do so in the regards of like royalty, but like she cannot help herself. She just throws herself at the two of you and like lifts you both up surprisingly like strong in like a big hug, and then immediately pushes like, oh my gosh, a wedding! Oh my goodness!
Hook, line, and sink 'em. And so I think Choyu is just like really happy because they know that they eventually do want to marry Satya, but for now we are going to do as much distracting as possible. And so Choyu is like, yeah, we wanted to tell you in person about this.
And I also wanted to just ask, because my mother passed 5 years ago, she won't be here to help me in all the ways that a mother helps her daughter for her wedding. So I was hoping that you would do that for me.
Of course. I would I would love to. I would be incredibly. She's just gonna hug you. I'm on the verge of tears IRL, anyways, and she like.
Satya, by the way, is not like this is an act. She does not.
Oh yeah, she doesn't care or know that. She's fully bought in and invested. Yeah. And then immediately after that hug, she just goes, "Oh, there's so much to do. When were you thinking? How long do we have? How many people? What is the guest list that you'd like? Oh, what is the music you'd like?" And just immediately starts rattling off 50,000 like questions about specifics of the wedding.
Inside, Satya's like, yes. But I mean, those are all things that we can discuss at a later date or just later. But all things that we want you to be a part of for sure.
Of course. Oh, of course we'll pay for your honeymoon. We'll pay for all of the expenses of it, won't we, Choyu? And just like doesn't wait for Choyu to respond, and then immediately like opens the door. Oh, we shouldn't keep your friends waiting now that everyone's here. Oh, I cannot wait to tell the news. And like she's just tittering. And like, you know how she typically floats? She might actually be levitating. Like it's unsure at this point. She's on cloud fucking 9 million.
And I want there to be a shot like of her like literally floating out and Choyu and Satya just like looking at each other and like I don't know, like a little like high five something. I don't know.
Yeah, the low five and the slap, the like, yeah, we did it.
Yeah,
like,
oh yeah, Choyu sticks style. Their hand behind them as they follow their mom.
They're like, no.
Oh yeah.
This is so good.
I love this. Scenes. What scenes do we want to have? What interactions do we want? I want to open
so we
were
instructed to snoop, and Junsho does her homework. So if we've been instructed to snoop, Junsho's gonna go snoop.
Okay.
She's going to go with them. She's just gonna try and make sure she's like keeping an eye on like helping if she can.
Yeah, because I think like after like we would have all discussed this game plan before coming in and doing this, and I think like Choyu was saying like, oh, like some people need to like basically distract her, and other people need to like go around and look for things. And I'm thinking like if Satya can be like the face of this and basically jump into full party planning mode, and then whoever else would like be good at like getting really excited about this wedding thing would help her. Yeah, and like doing all of that and like making sure that the queen stays busy, and then the rest of us, because how the palace works is you need an earthbender to navigate it. I think Choyu would be going with the other group because they also know where like their mother's office is. They know where, you know, their dad is and like all of that. So like, and no one would question Choyu walking around and snooping around that area anyway. So I think Choyu would be going with the other group. Yeah.
So Satya is staying with the mom to do interference, and I need at least one other person to be cheerleader support, also add to that white noise distraction.
Oh, well, Junsho can do that because she was really excited about wedding planning.
Okay.
Would Nimbia help too?
Shoza has already taken Nimbia. The second that Shoza watched the queen make a room just for Nimbia and was like, whoa, that's so cool. And the second the queen finished, Shoza grabbed Nimbia's hand and led her to Shoza's room from last time, where they hid a bunch of snacks in there.
Yes.
And they're like going through that and like, yeah, last time we were here, I hid a bunch of stuff. And they are like rummaging through all kinds of things and like taking out snacks. They've totally forgotten the plan already.
Okay, this is good. This is good snacks. Now,
right.
We should pick a good snack, and then I think because you have been getting swole, that you would be good to help the people who are going to look around to find the information. And then afterwards, I think I'll make a good dinner for everyone back on the ship. It's been a minute. But oh, this is a good snack here. I like this one when it has the roasted nuts. This is
You
a
can
good
have
one.
those.
Okay, thank you so much. I click. And Nimbia will help with whichever group needs the most help. Like she's good at planning. Still doesn't know the other two well enough to know whether or not they'd be comfortable with her. But like she's coming in the tail end. I just came to bring someone to give a message. Now we are doing espionage. Where do you want me to be? Like I'm not. So I will leave that to the group to decide who you would like me to help. I'm more than willing to make Queen Mother rethink wedding plans.
Fair. Where do you guys think Nimbia would fit in well?
I think Nimbia is going to keep Shoza out of trouble when Junsho can't. So
that's fair. So it's going to be
She's like the
Nimbia.
balance, yeah.
Nimbia, Shoza, Chi, and Choyu doing the snoops, and then Junsho and Satya doing wedding plan interference with the mom. So we can cut to a scene after tea time has been served, and I do want to make a note of this. Shows the very delicate, ornate ornament that had been sitting at the center of the table has been meticulously repaired.
Incredible. Oh, whoa, hey, that thing's back.
Yes, it only took an entire day. And then that is the only thing Choyu's mother says about that, and then says, Satya, I would love to talk with you more about these plans and get some things defined, and might see Junsho like lurking in the corner with
not even lurking. She fully just does that thing of cartoons where they go whoop, and is standing right next to Satya.
And if your friend would like to join us, I'm more than willing to have them as well.
I'm not just her friend, I'm going to be her attendant for the wedding.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well then we must talk simply. And then immediately down the hall, the three of you go, just talk. She's talking a million miles an hour, asking endless questions, waterfalls, and not leaving like an inch of room for responding.
Waterfalls, did you say?
I did say, which they're not.
We don't say that word here.
We don't say that word. Oh, yeah.
I like to think that Junsho is the one who's like closer to the queen as all this is happening because she's more excited than Satya is.
Yeah, Satya's like she's in a weird headspace because she is excited at the concept of this, but like because it's not actually real, she doesn't want to fully engage. So she's very happy that Junsho is there to provide all of the enthusiasm, because like it's a little hard for her to fully give in to this weird little plan that they have going on, because she really does want to get married.
So I love that. I love that energy that we've created with this. While that is occurring, Ji-young, Nimbia, Shoza, and Choyu, how do you go about your snoopage? Your skullduggery. Where do you search? What do you look?
Is it all four of us or just me and G?
It's all four of us.
All four of us.
All
okay,
four
cool.
of us, but we could potentially like split into groups. But
we should all just stick together. It's the finale. Let's all be in a scene.
Just like chunk around. Yeah, I feel like it's a good idea, especially since we need like an earthbender to get us.
Yeah, I think like the cover story thing is that I'm giving y'all a tour. Like that's gonna be my cover, is what Choyu has planned. And I think the first place I want to go is the office where my mom works, because I think, like, I imagine she's always been like a really studious person who takes a lot of notes, because that's where Choyu gets it from. And if she had, and like, I think she writes down like almost everything. And so Choyu's thinking, if she had done something kind of weird, there's a chance she would have written it and just has it left out on the desk, because who's gonna be looking there, right? So yeah. That's what Choyu's hoping anyway.
Roll me an assess situation.
That I can do. Come on, dice.
Could we help? Do the help?
Yeah,
action,
absolutely. You could either do your own assess situations or do a help.
Assess the situation is creativity.
Creativity,
Show
yes.
you is not creative, so this will be great.
Show you. Oh,
what?
Would you prefer a help action, like getting the help, or someone else also rolling?
Well, I already rolled, and it is a 7, so I think that's okay. Is a 7 okay?
And
Seven's
the help
okay.
just adds like what, +1?
+1, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would anybody else like to do similar assessment of the situation?
I think G would try to assess.
All right, go ahead and give me that roll.
And you said that's creativity?
Creativity, that's correct, yes.
I also don't have great creativity.
Anybody want to help out Ji Young?
Don't.
I would.
It's not worth it.
I would
Okay.
love to help Ji Young, but Shoza is loudly crunching on snacks as they
Yeah,
walk
valid.
around.
G got a 3.
G got a
boy.
3. Well, there's no help in that.
G is kind of looking at Shoyu a little too much.
So I get to ask one question.
Yeah.
And I think the only one that makes sense is like, what should I be on the lookout for? And it's specifically like I'm looking for my mom's like journal or something.
Yeah. What should I be looking for? So again, your mother's combination vanity and desk that she does her makeup and note taking at. It's sort of the two combined.
Does she not have like a stately desk, like the official office that people might see her in?
If that's the one you do, then yes, she does have a stately, like, court desk.
Okay, because I think I'd go there first.
Okay, so you're going more to the public-facing office than the private office?
Yeah, I think okay. Just like to look there first, and the other one is the second stop, I think.
Gotcha. Okay, I should have also specified that. That's my bad. The office where she takes, in folks from the public and does like interfacing with the community and hears public grievances and what have you, is just to the side of the throne room. It's very approachable. It's very evident. It's very accommodating and adoring. And going through her desk, you see that all of her notes are supremely well taken. Again, just like you, it's all very organized. It's all incredibly thorough. She even has her own shorthand that she's developed that typically only really she can read, which, except for you, who she likely taught, you go through that top to bottom, you don't really see anything untoward or out of place. Like, even going through the room itself, nothing about this specific, very public room has anything that could feasibly be found by anybody accidentally.
Cool.
Yeah.
Makes sense. And I think like there's like a moment where like some guards walk by and then Shoyu like says very loudly, "Oh, and this is the office. I'll be doing my work out of here once I take over, blah blah blah." Like being real casual about it. And then they keep talking until they feel these people walking away.
Yeah, totally.
And then I think we'd move on. Unless anyone has anything to say about the room or anything.
Going once, going twice. Soul.
I also think, like, while we are alone, I would tell Nimbia what's going on, because I think she's the only one who doesn't really know what's happening right now.
Yeah, do you want to give that rundown in character? Just a little bit? Or do we want to just... Do you feel like you've got the sense of it, honey? Okay, cool.
Yeah, I think Choyu would just tell you, like, yeah, like, we suspect that, or I think I'd just say, like, I think my mom's hiding something, and I'm giving you guys a tour, wink, so that we can go look for evidence. Yeah.
This is gonna be. Did anybody? You were just looking for her journals, correct?
Yeah, or like anything that might prove or hint that my mom is hiding something, because I think like Choyu hasn't really thought this entirely through. They're kind of at point A of like a 12-point plan, and they're just looking for evidence right now. And if they find something, I don't know what Choyu thinks they're going to do. I think they had in their mind that they would just talk to their mom about it because she would tell them anything, right? But then, like, who knows?
Okay, because Nimbia's recommendation would be looking for correspondence between the nations, specifically military or medical or anything like that, especially in the public-facing office. That's where the scrolls and things would come in.
Yeah,
But Nimbia is a military-minded individual, so
very
she's just
true. Is there
How
any
about-
correspondence?
Yeah, would you give me an assess situation then, William?
see if I remember how to roll stuff.
It is, so for this check, it is roll 2d6 and then add your creativity to that.
So that's a 5 and a 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's the 7. I don't think I had a creativity boost. So it's a 7.
Cool. Okay, so that's a success. And there's a couple different questions that they give in the book, such as what here can I do? What's the biggest threat? What should I be on the lookout for? Stuff like that. Or you can ask me your own customized question about the situation you would like assessed.
Yes, does there look like there has been an increase of correspondence specifically from the Water Nation or that area?
Solid. So in terms of correspondence with the Water Nation, with the Water Tribe, not really that much. It seems like very minimal at best, very courtesy at most, She hasn't really talked a lot with them. There's a regular amount of correspondence with, I would say, the Earth Kingdom proper. And, all of these cities have their own various kings, but of course, everybody gives fealty to the Earth Emperor. And there's regular strong correspondence with a sharp spike about a weekish so ago, maybe less than less than a week ago. Half a week? How long has it been since the festival?
Good question.
Oh, it'd been like 3 or 4 days? I think it's been about 4 or 5 days. Yeah.
At least 2 days.
Yeah, at least 2. I think about 4 days ago, correspondence started sharply increasing with various Earth Kingdom dignitaries, specifically talking about Choyu and stepping up and taking responsibility. And if any officials would be interested, they should visit Omashu. And there is a dedicated line of,
It's like when you do something cool that your mom's proud of, and she texts the group chat of all of the other moms that she knows.
That's
She's
exactly.
like, guess what my kid did?
That is exactly
my
what
kid's gonna take over the throne.
It's very official and formal, but there's such an undercurrent of like, oh, look at my son, show you, look what he did, look what he did. Like, and very, very about that. Interesting of note.
So sorry.
No, that's okay. Go ahead.
Those letters are gonna spike after today.
Oh yeah.
They're getting married.
Interestingly of note, there is 0 correspondence with the Fire Nation that you can find whatsoever. There is very cursory, brief correspondence to the United Republic, but that's just very official. Hey, we recognize you, we see you, much like the Earth Emperor, we're with you. Like,
I see you, I feel you, I hear you.
Yeah.
We stand with you.
It's very much, we recognize your nation's sovereignty, like very official, formal stuff. But yeah, not a single letter from the Fire Nation or any Fire Nation person whatsoever.
Not writing Zuko a letter?
Nope. Not sending letters to old Zooks.
And so Nambia is just going to ask Choyu what is it specifically that you believe the league will be between these two people? What is your concern?
I'm worried that my mom and Pana have something going on. But
Oh.
I'm more so just trying to look for information about Pana in general because she's been seen asking about Shershu, and we've had pretty much all our Shershu disappearing from our within our borders. And during the altercation on the ship, she claimed she didn't have them, and we didn't find any evidence of them on the ship either. But as far as I know, they haven't been returned to their homelands. So if she did take them, she took them somewhere else, and we just didn't catch her red-handed this time. But also, and like Choyu would also like keep continue telling her about
Yeah.
like the all of the torpedoes and all the other shit we found, like the gasoline things, which I don't think that technology existed yet, right? Is this like the first time? Yeah, so this is the first time we're seeing that technology. So Choyu is talking about these things that will basically explode on contact, and like all of these really scary weapons that they had like tons of in that ship that was heading back out of our land back to back to the
From a
ocean.
ship, from a vehicle, whatever, owned by your
The
mother.
South Water Nation. Yeah, it's an old Fire Nation ship that was like grounded on the Southern Water Tribe shores, and they patched it up, and they're using that to like get around.
Okay, my apologies. I was just trying to get some clarification into what exactly
Don't
the
apologize.
piece was.
Yeah, you're totally
He's
okay.
good. It's a lot of intrigue lore.
Yeah, okay, so we're not just looking at the communication, we are looking at import, export, things that are coming in, things that are coming out, the materials used to create the things you are concerned about. It would not be
Yes.
simple, just a journal. You have to find those records. And is this something that your mother keeps track of, or does she have people that work for her that keep track of this?
What do I think? Like, I'm sure there's people who do it, but I think Choyu's assuming that if this was all a big secret, that she would do it herself.
So tell me what show you would assume then.
Because I think there must be some minister who's like in charge of imports exports, but I think like at this point, knowing who their mother is, I think they would assume that if they were doing something shady, that the minister likely wouldn't even know about it, and that she was just doing it herself.
And I think that's the answer you give Nimbia as well. Yeah. Yep.
So I think like once we find not much in this official room, Choyu's like, all right, well, my ma, she has a private office in her quarters, which we can go there next. And then I look at Shoza, I'm like, don't touch anything.
Shoza already has a vase in their hands.
Where did you get that from?
They just set it down on a dresser.
Where what? And like Choyu is smiling. This is just really amusing to them. But they're also like, oh god, like don't touch anything.
G is gonna kind of pat Shoza on the back and say, we'll be lookout together.
Oh yeah, we could be lookouts.
Yeah. And sort of look at Choyu like, I will stop them from grabbing more things.
Fair. Do you two want to roll an assess situation as we move to the next room?
Sure.
Oh.
Yeah. That's much better. I got a 10.
Ooh.
Nice. 2 questions.
I got. What do we add? Creativity?
Creativity.
Yes.
Yeah, I got a 9.
Cool. So 1 question for you two for Maya. What would you like to ask me as you're playing watch out for this more private room investigation?
Okay. Is there anyone watching us who we can't see? Like, is there anyone hiding and keeping an eye on us?
Good question. Not after that first room, but after the second room, you do notice that Kovu and Pella
I knew it.
have kind of started walking not near you, but like in the area. Like it's that sort of, we see you, we don't know what's up, but like they have suspicions, but they're not pressing their advantage, so to speak.
Do I notice that before we get to the private office?
Yes.
Like on the way? Okay, cool. G is going to I have another question.
Yes, you do.
What's the best, tell me if I can ask this or not. What's the best way to distract them or like get them off of Shoyu's back? Because I have an idea, but I have two questions, so I might as well ask.
This is going to lead into, I will allow you to directly ask Satya this question, because I think as the queen is like doing her tour with Junsho and Satya, the two of your groups like cross paths, which would be normal in like the palace. And you can hear the queen just asking Junsho directly, I'm having a terrible difficulty. Do you think green, gold, or perhaps maybe a vibrant red? What do you think?
Can you give me context, like what for?
No.
Okay.
We're just gonna make this up.
She says,
no.
Well, I'm partial to vibrant red, but I think it's a little reminiscent of the Fire Nation. So maybe we go with, what was the first option?
Green.
Green. I think that green looks so good on Satya and on Choyu, and I think if you do a nice deep green, that would be beautiful.
You're absolutely right. I don't know what I was thinking with the decorations after all. We can't paint this whole place red. It looked like a Fire Nation. Of course, it'll be green. And she like notes that to an attendant. Baby, I have to do a thing now, please. And she notes that to an attendant who is actually probably Pin, who volunteered for this. And he's just, yes, of course, green.
If I may, lots of flowers. Just all of the flowers.
Flowers, Pin. All the flowers, like writing, calligraphy, like scrolling all through it. And while that's happening, like Ji Young can sort of catch eyes with Satya. And you want to ask Satya that?
We are being very I'm gonna like kind of casually stand next to Satya, like if there's like a pause in the group's motion, and sort of like but stop. Hey, and like put my hand on her shoulder and very quietly say, we are being tailed by your two favorite guards. You have the most experience with them. What is the best way to get them off our backs so that we can go someplace without them seeing?
Oh, easy. Just let them know that the Zhao twins got loose again.
The who?
The Zhao twins.
Okay.
They'll know what that means, and it will freak them out. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
I just made this up. The Zhao twins are goats that wreak havoc. And every time they like get old and die, they just get replaced by two new goats that we still
that become the Zhao goats. Yeah. It's less of a name, more of a title.
It's like a legacy.
Yeah. They're just two goats that look exactly.
Oh my god, it's the Dread Pirate Roberts of goats.
Oh my god.
They just like they'll go crazy and eat everything, and the queen hates them, so they will freak out if they get
cool.
Oh yeah.
I think the groups maybe continue unless there's anything else that we need to do while we're crossing paths.
I still have a question for my.
You still have a question,
move.
Alice?
Yes, you do. And what would you like to ask?
So I was gonna see what to do about the two of them, but if we have that handled,
and I imagine once that interchange occurred between Satya and G, like we will have then sort of sped forward to both of you posted up outside of the private room. So if that helps you contextualize a question, Alice.
Okay, so
I will say really quickly then, G would have like, oh, just happened to notice the guards and be like, and go up to them and be like, Do you know what this means? I overheard some servants saying this earlier. They said something about Zhao twins running around, and
they don't even
ask,
wait for you to finish. They both look at each other. The sheep goats, and then they rooster their way away with a dust trail.
Fantastic.
Just away.
I just want to make sure we got rid of them before we ended up at the door. Now we're there.
Super
Go crazy.
valid. Yeah, hit it up, Ellis.
So I think with the two of them taken care of, then Shoza standing watch at the door, I'll just ask, what should I be on the lookout for?
I think the two biggest threats were just dealt with, but the tertiary threats are, one, if Choyu's mother comes by. So she's obviously talking and very loud right now and has a small entourage of folks around her. So that will be easy to spot. The more difficult thing to spot might be the regular cycle of guards that come around. So
perfect.
Because you asked that question, you will be able to see if either of those two parties come into view at any point and can track them.
Cool.
And we can cut to Choyu and Nimbia in the office. What would you like to do, y'all?
I'm gonna go to that desk, the vanity desk thing that you were mentioning earlier. And I think Nimbia is helping me look for all of the things that she's suggested in our chat.
Fair. And we can just run through that if that makes sense.
Yeah.
There is a corner of her room that is now full of gifts and very nice tokens. And apparently they were received in the public common room with the letters that were given back from the Earth Kingdom correspondences that she had, but they were taken very much to this private office so that they couldn't be stolen. It's a little more secure. Do you know what I mean? And
what kind of gifts?
The kind of gifts that are very traditional of fortune, little bits of money. Fruit baskets are very popular. Some nice carved elements like earthbending ornaments that can be placed at tables or hung in various places. Just a lot of very respectful knickknacks and doodads and what have yous. Yeah.
Yeah, so we look at the gifts, and then I want to go through the desk really carefully because I think she keeps it very orderly, but I want to go through the desk and look for any trade agreements, more correspondence.
Can you both roll me? Can you both just make me a roll? And add
just
focus.
A roll?
Just a roll and add focus to it.
I'm good at focus. Ooh.
I know you are.
7.
Math.
Okay, 7.
13.
Okay. So here's how this is going to play out. You're able to see a bunch of trade agreements. Naturally, there's a lot of correspondence between the Earth Kingdom and Amashu's role and in its fealty and taxation. It's all a lot of boring technical legalese. It doesn't matter. And you look through the documents just sort of okay, yeah, that's all that where it's supposed to be, boring snorefest. You look through ministerial reports and kind of compare them to actual grievances and notices from the citizenry. Again, there's a marked uptick in positive responses from the citizens of Omashu around the last 4 days or so. And in addition to that, the official ministerial reports match that pretty closely. So it turns out that the buzz and positive reception of sort of Choyu's coming out and announcing that has been equally felt at court level. And everybody top to bottom in the pyramid of hierarchies is fully on board with that. It also matches. Notably, there is a letter from the person in charge of the task force looking for the Shirshu, because, there would have been feelers put out for that and a minister to be put on that issue that says that it is no longer a problem and all of the Shershu have seemingly returned to the wild.
Choyu like pulls it and like puts it in Nimbia's face and is like, "What the heck? What the heck?"
Well, I have not been around. This seems like it is a very important aspect to you. So you say, what the heck? And I say, well, what the heck? Because these were the ones that were missing, yes?
Yeah, I'm just surprised because long story short, and there's probably like a short flashback to show you doing the whole bit where they were like, theoretically, if you took them, what would you do with them? And Pana answering, oh well, theoretically, here's what I would do. So good.
And so Pana had said that basically insinuated that if she had been the one to, take Shershu captive, that she would have only gotten what she needed from them, as is respecting the customs of the Water Tribe, and either using all of an animal or using only what's needed in a respectful and simple way. And it seems like that second thing is the thing which had been done.
Yeah. And I think Choyu's just surprised because they couldn't figure out what Pana was lying about, but like their senses were definitely like, she's definitely lying. So to see this, they were just like pleasantly surprised, like, oh, what? And they will like make that mental note, perhaps talk to that minister who was put in charge of it, see if they have any more information, but then they just keep looking.
Yeah. And Nimbia has experience with war and military shit and identifying, I know, very technical explanations, and identifying there's a way that people get when they go to war that you begin to hide things in certain ways. There's almost a tradecraft to it. And Nimbia would be familiar with that. And so on the vanity, you're able to see that there is a slight indentation under one of the corners of the vanity. And it appears that that indentation may be a button of some kind.
I am going to ask you a question, my precious Jim.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, what's up? Choyu's like holding up like a bunch of scrolls.
Do you really want to know if your mother is hiding something from you and risk a heartache?
Inwardly, Choyu is like, I already know she's hiding stuff from me. But outwardly, they just like, I need to get down to the bottom of this.
Okay.
And if nothing's wrong, nothing's wrong. And that's fine. But if something's wrong, I'd want to know about it.
And one more question before she moves and shows that she's found a button. Do you really care about taking responsibility for this kingdom if you are to step up?
What do you mean?
If you are about to inherit something that would be very heavy to bear, are you prepared right now for that?
I am as prepared as I'll ever be.
Okay. And Nimbia would just... What kind of check would be necessary to make sure that there's not any hidden catches or so on around that particular button?
I think you already made it.
Okay.
Like the moment you were like, got the sense of the button, you sort of did the like look around. Are there wires? Is there anything? And it seems like it's just a gentle indentation with not much else to it. And if there is something, it's not readily seen and won't be known until it's pressed in that way,
So Nimbia is going to gesture for Choyu to come over because sometimes this stuff is familiar with everything and just says, here, press here. There's a slight indentation, you see, where it kind of grooves in.
Yeah, Choyu's gonna feel it, and they are going to just take like a deep breath, and they're gonna push the button.
Yeah. You push the button.
Plot button.
And you hear a pop. And you know that it's like the pop emanates from the drawer that is right next to where the button is. And when you naturally pull that drawer out, I assume that's what you do. You can see that that's one of the drawers that had a lot of like trade agreements and heavy taxation documents out and about in it. And with all of them having been removed, the bottom of that drawer has popped up slightly. It was a false bottom.
Ooh, we love a false bottom drawer. What's in there, GM?
Reaching into it, you see one simple thing, just a key. And were it anybody else, and had you not been so focused when you rolled, you might not have noticed it bears a striking similarity to something. But taking the key and looking at it, you see that it is heavily ornamented. And the ornamentation matches, interestingly enough, the exact design of the couch which your father typically rests on.
Okay.
Also, at this point, it is when Shoza notices that Kovu and Pela are coming back, and the goat sheep were actually fine, but it just bought you enough time. And you hear them before you see them. You hear the clip-clop of their instep boots coming down the hallway.
Shoza just starts walking in that direction. And as soon as they I'm picturing more of like a curve than a direct L, but as soon as they come into view, they just slap a vase off a column. Oh, whoa. Oh, geez.
And then coming up to you, they come around just enough to see you and everything, but they don't see Ji Young. And they both just look at the vase, look at you.
Oh, okay. Is this another important one?
No, it's simply just a 500-year-old inherited priceless artifact from the Proto-Earth Kingdom from the time of Kyoshi herself.
Oh, yeah, I know about her. How old was that other one at the dinner? You guys saw that, right?
No, that was just a hand-carved one made by the queen herself.
Oh, cool. All right, so on a scale, and Sheza's just gonna keep talking about this.
Yeah. So as soon as Shoza started walking off, G is going to open the door that she's standing in front of and just a crack and lean to the side and say, "Someone's coming, we gotta go now." And try to get them out of the office and just away while Shoza's doing that.
Yeah.
Can we do that montage that happens in movies whenever people are snooping, where it's oh, someone's coming, and then we're really, really quickly putting everything back, and then the camera cuts back to the guards, getting closer and closer, and then it cuts back, and blah, 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 and Choyu's gonna pocket the key, put all the documents back, all that, and then it looks like they're gonna catch us, but then the room is empty and looks fine.
Yes. Perfect description. And they're kind of both nonplussed by it because it's so immaculately put back together. There's just
definitely still with them.
Yeah,
talking.
No, absolutely.
He's doing their job.
Yeah. Shoza is committed to the bit, and they would have earthbended the vase back together and made a note and been oh, we're going to have to tell the queen again, you understand?
Yeah.
It's not that you're a criminal or anything, but
I'm a little bit. I mean, I'm a pirate. Not like a bad one. Like a good pirate.
Of course you are. Oh, and then they see Choyu and the group exit the room outside of it. Choyu. And then they give a heavy mean but also like confused glare at Ji Young, and then both of them just sort of walk away.
As they're walking away, I'm gonna say, "So what are the Zhao twins? I asked, and you walked away from me."
They do not respond.
Okay. Have a wonderful
right,
rest
later,
of your
guys.
day. We feel very safe with the lack of response from the people that are supposed to be protecting
They're
us.
sheep
Yeah, it's
goats.
always great.
They just say that
the
in unison.
Zhao twins,
Yeah.
twins, and like Choyu's gonna explain.
Okay.
I would like,
like walking in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
I assume we're headed to your dad's room now, Choyu?
Yeah, like yeah.
Okay. I would like to cut back to Junsho and Satya
Yes.
really briefly as like an intermission sort of thing. And the energy will have been starting to die down just a smidge. Like Pin now has like 5 scrolls with 50 million. He's got like art. He's writing and got things under his arm and like ink splotted on his face and is like actively huffing and puffing. I'll give you a moment to catch up, dear. And then just turns to Satya and gently takes Satya's hand, if that's all right. And just say, about your family, would you like for them to be in attendance for this wedding? I know things have been complicated.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
It keeps sneaking in. It's like Fior just trying to like come back.
It's from my birthday last month, so the helium is dying, and it's just like drifting sadly. Like it's really. I'm so sorry.
You're fine. It's amazing. Oh,
yeah, Satya's just very contemplative about it and is like, well, it would be improper to not have my dad here, but then he's gonna bring those 2 little fire-bending shits here and his wife, and
this is your day. You asked for me to provide advice and step in on your behalf. And as far as I'm concerned, we can throw propriety out of the window if you do not want them there. Family should be the ones you choose to keep in your life, not the ones you were simply merely related to.
but no, I don't want them there.
Good. Pin, and then just like he's like immediately starts up back again. And Izuko will kind of tug at the sleeve of Junsho and be like, not that this isn't all very fun, and I'm really excited, but I should get back to the brothers and at least let them know I'm back in town, I think.
Oh, okay.
Well, this isn't saying that I have to run. I'm not trying to leave. That's not what I'm... Oh, I'm not trying... Would you like to come for dinner?
With you or with the brothers?
Yes.
Or
maybe just with me. It could just be us. It could just be us. Or the brothers. Or whichever you would feel most comfortable with. You can meet them more in depth. They're sort of like my family. Okay, great.
Are you going to stay here when we leave?
That kind of depends on something.
Okay.
But it's okay, we can talk about it at dinner, maybe.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. And then just Izuko is doing the furious, like face and just, like, maybe playing with a strand of her hair and, like, now kind of pointedly ignoring Junsho a little bit, just like not looking in her direction.
Junsho turns to the queen and says, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to walk Izuko out of the palace. And she kind of just bows like a little quarter bow.
Of course. Now that you mention it, and she just turns to Satya, have you met Choyu's father recently?
No, I haven't seen him. 5
Well,
years.
If you would like, I would love to introduce you, sort of reintroduce you, and I do have to be taking care of him now at this point. So would you accompany me?
Of course.
She'll offer an arm and then just glide with Satya. Again, just heaping glowing praise about like the importance of found family, the non-importance of bad blood relations, how excited she is to be a mom to you, just like reiterating all of that sort of stuff. And then I think Izuko and Junsho will also be walking off, if that's okay. Okay. And
I think after Junsho walks her out, she's going to go find the Shoza and everyone else.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're all headed to the same place, it turns out. We're going to cut to the room of the Yang family. G and Shoza, are you posting up outside again, doing bodyguard style?
I think so, yeah.
Can you give me your assess situations again, please?
Please.
I think like Choyu has told them that like if anyone else comes up while I'm in there, like you can just tell them that I'm visiting my father and people wouldn't fucking come in.
Yep.
Come on. Nope. 6.
I got
6.
a 13.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, nice.
Nice.
She's again very distracted. Just I think she's like a little bit worried about Choyu, but she's trying not to.
Yeah.
She can't focus.
That's fair. She's kind of slipped a little bit, and yep, hashtag feelings is kind of a thing. So Shoza, 2 questions. What do you want to ask?
Where'd the thing go? There it is. Let's see. What here can I use to cause a distraction if I need to?
I mean, there's vases in every hallway. Like this one especially, there's paintings. There's all sort of, there's a chandelier above you, above this door. Like this is a treasure trove of shit to knock over.
Nice. And then so Shoryu mentioned just sort of passing it off that, you know, they need to talk to their father. So with that in mind, in that case, who or what would be the biggest threat?
Biggest threat is probably Choyu's mom coming back. Like, honestly, Kovu and Pela are a secondary concern. It should be noted, though, that there are no guards that walk these hallways except for like Kovu and Pela. Cool. And we can cut to Nimbia and Choyu in the room at that point, then, I think. And what would you two be doing? How would you proceed with Lucky?
I'm assuming the key literally goes to something that's on the couch that my dad's on. So I think Choyu's plan is just to talk to their dad and it's like just sleight of hand it, basically, and or see if Nimbia can sleight of hand it. Because like I think she's sneakier than me, and Choyu would definitely serve better as the distraction element.
Okay. So
what's funny?
I'm just Nimbia with her 6 foot something behind being sneakier. in the room, like doesn't know this person. Is in here just like, hello, yes, I come with your wonderful child here. Yes, do you mind if you move just a little corner so I can get to the key and unlock it right here? Okay. Nope, I am not unlocking anything. I am checking the wood. Like just
That is absolutely canon, fully whatsoever.
Great.
And it should be noted that Shoyu's father is verging on catatonic and barely has an awareness of the surroundings of him. And
which is why this is going to work, or at least Choyu would assume this would work in the first place, because their dad is so out of it. And Choyu is just going to talk to him the whole time and just say like they're going to come in, they're going to introduce Nimbia, and then Choyu's just going to launch into the whole like, hey ba, like this, did you hear the news? I'm going to step up, here's what happened at the festival, let me tell you. Also, I won an obstacle course. Like Choyu's just gonna tell their dad like about their adventures while trying to get him to like sit up a little bit, and also like making eyes at Nimbia, like trying to like signal like, oh, there's the thing, like go try and like slip her the key,
points out a very surreptitious hole near the center of it that appears to have access. And Nimbia, I need you to make the big roll of this session, which is a push your luck, please.
Can I take a fatigue to assist to get a plus
you
one?
You may, yes, okay. Plus one on that.
Yep.
I should have asked you, what am I rolling?
2d6 with passion.
Oh, with passion. Oh, okay. Oh, God. I'm trying to make sure I don't have anything extra. Oh, I got something on my sleeve.
Then add an extra 1 to that.
8.
Okay.
Is that including the plus 1?
Yeah, I really do want to re-roll the 6 though, because it looks like it was cocked, and I don't want to be unfair.
Okay.
Okay, so that's a 4 plus 1, that's a 5 plus my 1. 2. It's the same. Right back at the same thing. It was an 8.
Okay. You are able to put in the key. The lock opens easily, and a hidden drawer pops out of the couch itself.
What a strange place to hide something.
It's the one place she knew nobody would look. She has absolute control over who sees your father. And so she would know he's literally sleeping on her secrets, their secrets. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's metaphorical too,
yeah.
Yeah. Nimbia pops that open, and you see a lot of letters. They're folded up and closed, but it is just a ton of correspondence.
Nimbia does just like that.
I think Choyu is also just like, and they're still rambling while like looking at it, like, do we take it?
I'm gonna ask you a question, rather right quickly. Is with her medical expertise, can Nimbia kind of get a feeling for what exactly is up with Shoyu's father in this particular situation?
Yeah. His body is just failing. Like,
he's really old.
From a medical perspective, he's old and his body is failing him a little earlier than most people do. He doesn't have much time left. And that's just, people give out at different ages. And he is there's no one medical problem that's specific with him. Yeah, that's sort of his deal. Yeah. It's not like he has cancer or anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like Choyu was thinking up a bunch of excuses, like if they were caught. Like I'm thinking they like the two that Choyu has come up with is that they were taking Nimbia to see their father to see if she had any like herbs or something that she could give him. Like that's excuse number one. And then if they were caught, like literally looking for something, then Choyu, I think their dad has written them a letter. Like prior to like a long time ago, he had written them a letter, and I think Choyu could have the excuse of like, oh, I'm looking for the letter that Ba wrote me, because like they don't have it on them. I think their mom kept it safe for them, so they're like, you know, they have a bunch of excuses that they've come up with.
Yeah.
Oh man, out of character. Do we take these?
I mean. Nimbia has some advice in character.
Yeah.
As a player, I'm like,
Nikki wants you to take them. If Junsho was there, Junsho would tell you to take them.
Nimbia is just going to say, you could have this conversation. You are an adult, and your mother is an adult. And before your father passes on to become another beautiful cloud in the sky, or part of the earth, depending on what you are believing in, it may be good as a family to have no secrets before he goes to rest. So you can take and have a new secret of your own, or you can let your mother know that you know that these secrets are here, and give her the opportunity to be honest with you.
Choyu's gonna pocket all the letters.
Okay, we're doing this now. Okay. Lessons.
You pocket all the letters. Oh gosh, I really need Ellis back for this right now.
Boo, 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 boo.
Yeah, it's gonna show you a question though in this particular.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You are the ones. You have the ability to bend the earth, right?
Yeah.
Why are there so many hidden drawers? Like, why don't you just put it in the, and I covered it up and I made it very deep and nobody knows that it is there. Why are you making it so easy with the keys and the hidden buttons and stuff?
I don't know. Ask my mom.
Okay. Please do not challenge me, because I will ask this woman to her face.
Oh,
if
don't
you are
ask
going
her.
To, okay, all right. Because I'm just, oh, no. No, my, yes, dear old father, you are nice and resting and so on. But seriously, this is something very much family wise. Before you consider any type of a wedding or I'm going to get a crown, like, you've got to get this worked out. This is something.
Hey, Ellis.
There's a lot of secrets here, you know.
We're going to cut to the hallway, and unfortunately, Ji Young is not able to notice it. But both Choyu's mom, Satya, and shortly behind them, Junsho and Izuko are walking towards this room.
Wait, didn't Izuko leave?
Yeah, I walked her out of the palace.
Oh, yeah, you two left. Okay, never mind.
But I came back. So I walked
You came back.
Izuko out,
Okay.
and then I ran over to try to find Shoza.
Got it. So
what's the
trailing.
retinue?
Sorry?
What's the retinue? What people are approaching?
Choyu's mom, Satya, and then trailing behind them, Junsho.
Okay. Shoza is going to run not aggressively towards towards the queen. Oh, hey, what's up? Did you guys talk about like wedding stuff? Did you figure all that out?
And her gliding the hallway. Yes. That's all been mostly figured out. And she's just still making her way directly towards like the room.
She's gonna start like hitting her elbow against the door.
Shoza, June, when June approaches, Shoza looks at June and just says, "I'm so sorry," and then sparkle fingers onto June's hair.
What the? Shoza!
Oh no, she's on fire!
And you, in the room with your dad, you can even hear, "Oh no, she's on fire!" and like crackling sparks.
Choyu literally says "shit" out loud, and they are going to help their dad lay back down, and I think they're gonna come out into the hallway again with the thing. Their lie is going to be, "I wanted Nimbia to look at Dad."
Before you go out, as you're going to close the drawer and help your dad up, he puts a hand on your hand.
On my what?
On your hand.
Oh yeah, okay. I freeze and I look at him.
And he's just looking at the drawer that's half closed.
Choyu looks at him, and I think they just say, "Bah, it's for the good of our country. You know I love this country, and I want to do right by them, and there can't be any secrets."
His grip tightens and his shoulders begin to shake with the effort.
What? And I think Choyu just like is so like they look really sad.
And he just, after a moment of coughing, gets out the word sorry.
And Choyu just like it's okay, Ba. Just relax.
And
I
you
will
can
fix
see him
this. I
beginning to
promise.
cry.
I will fix this. I promise. And I want
to.
I was gonna say, as this is happening, Nimbia is making sure the drawer is shut, is giving Shoyu back the key very like discreetly so this moment isn't interrupted, but she's gonna take out a small little saucer and put some water in it and sprinkle it with some herbs when the coughing begins. And nobody else can see this because they haven't seen Nimbio cloud bend yet. But Shoyu has seen her, and she's just gonna gently start manipulating the water vapor to start an almost humidifier-like response in the room as she says, "Go, do what you need. I will comfort the lungs."
And then I'm gonna look at my dad one more time, and I'm just gonna say, "Ba, she's gonna help you with your cough. Okay, this will help you feel better."
And you see him breathing in very like shape that like rattle breath, and then as the vapor begins to hit his nose, like he visibly begins to detense and just sort of relax back into his seat.
And I think the last thing I want to tell him is I will just like lean down to him and just whisper, "I'm sorry too." And they'll get up and they'll go out to see who the fuck is on fire.
And you just enter into the hallway and the queen is like, "This is a marvelous peculiarity, but I'm unsure why you've lit your own sibling on fire."
What is happening?
Yeah, when you come out, Shoza and Junsho have already like put out the fire, and Shoza's like got an arm around June, like trying to look casual but not at all casual, and just like patting her hair. Oh yeah, oh, just sometimes it just comes. Hey, show you, and I lean down into June and say, "I'm so sorry. It was the only way."
I can think of a few other ways we could have distracted her.
Oh gosh, yeah, your hair looks crazy right now.
Hey, Choyu's gonna come closer and just say, my dad is resting. I brought Nimbia in to take a look at him, and she's giving him something for his cough right now. But he's resting, and I'm looking at Shoza and June. I'm just like, you guys have to be quiet.
What happened?
Choyu just comes out and they and they put on the thing and they're like, you guys need to be quiet looking at Shozo and June. Like they have almost like the chiding tone in their voice, like, oh, my dad is resting. You guys need to be quiet. Nimbia's in there taking care of him. I'm just saying all these things to like, yeah.
Yeah. Shoza, as we all know, is an extremely earnest person and not very smart, and has already forgotten that the whole thing was a facade, and thinks Shoyu's like genuinely like scolding them, and they're like, okay, well, somebody gets in the palace and suddenly it's sorry.
And
yeah,
I think if we're okay with that, we can maybe do a little bit of a time skip, if that's okay, to when all of the shenaniganery and skullduggery has abated and Choyu gets a moment, maybe in their own room, to look at the letters, if that's okay.
Yup, yup.
You're ready?
Is Choyu gonna do this alone, or can we all be there?
Which would you prefer, Choyu?
Oh, player wants everyone there. Choyu probably wouldn't. Like, I think, like,
Would anyone offer to be there?
I like the idea of Choyu trying to be alone and like the twins just busting in.
Literally like the Kool-Aid man, because my room does not have doors.
How about it's this? How about it's Choyu goes to their room and then Junsho has invented like a thing to pry these doors open, essentially, and it's like a Jaws of Life scenario.
Oh my god.
And
so anyway, so then G and Shoza, you're going to pull here on these levers.
And you see them beginning to wrench the door wall apart.
So
I feel like we should ask them before we do this, right?
So what I like to imagine, I think this is really funny. So you guys are like straining it open, and Choyu has taken them all out on their desk, and they hear this at their door. And like there's like the groaning metal sound effect, even though it's like there's no metal in here, it's just rock. Yeah. And I think Choyu just like waves a hand and it just like opens all of a sudden.
He and Shoza fully collapse onto each other.
Yes.
When the momentum is gone.
And Choyu's just like staring at them in like as the dust cloud settles.
Junsho just standing there waving.
And it's like everyone. And Choyu's just like, what are you doing?
I like the idea that Satya's she's an earthbender, but she was not gonna help. She wanted to see how this Jaws of whatever was.
Yeah, she was curious.
For science.
For science.
Science.
I know that you probably wanted to, do this alone.
Shh, just come in. And Choyu's like, be quiet and come in.
I have to talk about placements and colors and decorations for a whole day with your mom. So I think I just
come in. Someone's gonna hear you. And Choyu looks like weirdly frantic about this.
And you'll likely all crowd around the notes at that point, if that makes sense, because you just spent a good amount of time going around, like all of you in some way trying to like help. And since Choyu has allowed you into their room, I think it makes sense that y'all would look maybe over the shoulder or like at their sides, right, Choyu?
Yeah, I think like I had just taken them out of my pocket and they're just in a stack on my desk. Which, by the way, their room is very, very nice. I think it's decorated with lots of art and stuff. It's not ostentatious. I think Choyu, for those of you who went into my parents' room, like their room is ostentatious, but I think Choyu's is elegant in its simplicity, if that makes sense. It's also not anything like their apartment that they had that you guys got to see. Which was like neat and organized and just very cluttered, but I think their room just feels empty in that sense because they don't have all their stuff here. I had a train of thought. Oh yeah, but like all the letters like in a stack on their desk, and they will close their stone doors back to just the plain wall as everyone comes in, and they're just like yeah. So I found all of this, and they gesture, and the camera pans over to the letters stack, and there's like foreboding music or whatever.
Mhm.
And yeah.
Okay. And with Nimbia still in the room taking care of Dad, we like the music becomes all foreboding and everything, and you see Choyu's father, and we cut to the five of you looking over the notes. To save on time and expediency, Choyu, the notes are a correspondent between someone from the Fire Nation and someone between your mom, detailing everything that you and I have talked about.
Oh no, not that.
All of it. All of it is laid out plain, simple, and bare.
Oh my god, are we learning all of the secrets today?
No.
Fuck
Okay.
yeah.
So that is what sticks out to you. And again, for time's sake, I won't explain it all because you can do that in character, but it's all there. All of it is there. But the thing that we're going to leave on for our second break before our final finale part ending of this is the bit that Shoza and Junsho notice about the correspondence. Because what doesn't ring a bell with Choyu or Satya or Maya is the name they are corresponding with.
Oh no.
And that name is Lee Shou-yun.
Ah!
Their
Who's that? Is that your
dad.
mom?
Season 2, we
Oh,
do
your
fight a
dad.
dad.
My dad.
So, on that dad-like revelation from all around, we're going to do a very brief 5-minute break and then be back for the final part of the finale.
Shit? Hello!
Hello, and welcome back to the final part of the final episode of our first season of Avatar Reclamation. Yeah, so after that kind commercial break, we cut back in on the correspondence explaining everything about what Choyu's mom, and it should be noted, father wrote to Lee Shoyun. Yes.
Oh man. All the secrets are out now, I guess.
And it should be noted that Lee Shoyun was corresponding with them on behalf of someone else. So he was sort of like the middleman of this affair.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
Junsho notices their dad's name, and Shoza, who is currently looking around at Chuyu's stuff and not at the letters, Junsho kind of like taps them. Shoza.
Yeah.
And she like points at our dad's name.
Shoza still has their like bag of snacks. And June points at and Shoza like takes a crunchy bite and then looks and sees their dad's name and just starts coughing.
What's up?
You are like the definition.
Crumbs go all
not-
over the scrolls.
Choyu's like brushing it off. What?
That's our dad.
That's your dad?
That's our dad.
Oh my gosh. And I think like Choyu is seeing all this for the first time because I think they only overheard their parents talking about it. Like they didn't see everything. Which they are just sitting in shock, and to like any outsider it would look like Choyu is also seeing this for the first time, but they're stunned in silence right now until Shoza like coughed all over the stuff. But like I think if anyone were to like say anything, like Choyu would like confess that they knew. Riley, did you want to detail what these letters say?
I was going to leave that to you.
Oh, to me? Okay. So, I don't know if I can do this in character, but basically, what went on near the end of the war, the Fire Nation, basically, this is what happened with Satya too. So, like, in the lead up to the Fire Nation occupying Omashu, they sent in basically guards to infiltrate the Omashu Palace and basically took all of the noble families prisoner within sight, basically. So, like, no one knew that we were being watched, but, like, basically they let us know that if you spoke out about being under essentially house arrest, you would die. And there was one of the families that wasn't Satya or my family, they tried trying to tell someone, and they all just disappeared.
I can actually add a little bit of flavor to that explanation.
Oh, yes.
The way that they were able to infiltrate and keep these families under control is because Dai Li agents were sent from Ba Sing Se when Azula gained control of that city. And yes, so that is who the guards and why it wasn't questioned by the wider public for a while.
Yeah, and so we were basically prisoners in plain sight, and then when the Fire Nation finally took over Omashu, that's when Satya's family up and left, because they were like, we've already been prisoners for I don't know how long, we've had enough of this, we're leaving, and Choyu's family opted to stay. And so while they were staying, essentially, my parents made a deal with the Fire Nation, wherein that once the war ended, the Fire Nation had amassed a lot of wealth in Omashu, and they didn't want to lose any of that wealth, and my parents wanted power. And so what they basically arranged is that they would be the ones to be put in charge, and it's not like anyone would question that because it was going to be them anyway, but like it was cemented that my family, the Youngs, would get power.
Uncontested.
I guess uncontested, I guess, over Boomy, I guess, but we would get power, and in exchange we would help the Fire Nation hide their wealth, essentially. So I don't know how that actually looks, like if we were like sending them money or something, or
Money was be sent. So the missing notes from the Fire Nation. You know, honey, how I said when Nimbia went through looking for Fire Nation correspondent? That all is also here. And it's under false documentation and essentially fraud, payments to the Fire Nation for goods and services after the war. And those goods and services are completely fabricated things. They're paying for nothing in order to get the money to the Fire Nation, essentially.
Thank you, because I wrote down in my note, most suspicious thing was that there was nothing to the Fire Nation. So I'm glad that my brain
cool. And I think like what probably happens like in the narrative of our fiction is that Choyu's reading all of these aloud. And then the voiceover is taken over by their parents doing the voiceover, and then you hear the twins' dad's voice also speaking back and forth, and then I think at some point in this correspondence, like once like the truth bomb is read aloud about like the actual deal, I think Choyu interrupts this and just says, I overheard my parents talking about some kind of deal, but I didn't know it was this. And they just look like completely shocked and like looking at the twins, looking at Satya, like just this is worse than what they thought it was. So
Junsho is not shocked and is just fuming.
Fair. To be clear about the amount of money that was kept and moved by this family to the Fire Nation, you remember that big bag of money that y'all got for that first episode mission you did? That was just like an indeterminate a lot of money.
Oh, the trove, the chest from Denzo?
Yes, the chest for Denzo, yes.
Treasure.
This is easily at least 100 times that. This is a not insignificant amount of wealth that was plundered from the Earth Kingdom by the Fire Nation and is now being sent through this funnel to them.
Choyu just looks so embarrassed and ashamed, and they're just in shock.
Satya just looks over at Choyu, who she was standing near, but she's now taken a couple steps towards the door. You knew about some of this, though? You knew that thing had happened?
I overheard something, and it's almost like I didn't want to believe it. Something was going on, but that's why I left home in the first place, because it sounded bad and I didn't want any part of it. That's why I left and joined everyone else.
You said nothing, though. That almost makes you complicit.
I didn't know what to say.
They killed my mom as we were running, as we were fleeing.
I didn't know. I didn't.
You knew this whole time.
I didn't know that they killed.
They were working together. I can't stay here anymore. And she will, for the first time that a lot of you see, she will earthbend a door and leave.
Junsho, who loves her mother and feels awful, follows Satya. She doesn't say anything, but she stands next to Satya and walks out with her.
She is also going to follow Satya, but she's going to look at Choyu as she's walking out the door and try, like, without saying anything, just like communicate that she doesn't hate them. Just like a soft look.
Like a sympathetic look. Like,
yeah.
That look where you're like, shit, I really want to, like this one. Like,
yeah. But she's going to follow Satya.
Yeah, and like as Satya leaves, I think Choyu's gonna call after her, but I'm sure she doesn't say anything. But they feel so bad.
Just leaves Shoza, I guess.
Shoza, since seeing their dad's name, took a seat against like the nearest wall, and they are sitting there. They haven't gotten up. They have their knees not like clutched against them, but just like popped up, and are resting like their arms on their knees. And they're just sort of like staring at the ceiling.
There.
Choyu's gonna come sit next to you. And
Shoza looks at you and says, our dad, I mean, I don't know. I've met worse people, but he's not super nice to June. And I don't, my babies. And she and my dad got kind of riled up the last time that we saw him. It's kind of weird seeing his name there. I always knew that he, was involved in the war, but
yeah. I don't know what to say. I feel so terrible. I didn't know that my parents were at the very least indirectly responsible for what happened to Satya's family.
I mean, was there any way you could have known?
Satya's right. I knew that there was a secret, and I was ashamed of it, and I should have said something, and I didn't, and that's on me. And I failed. I failed our people. I failed you all. I think I broke any kind of trust that anyone had in me.
Shoza puts an arm around you and then just gently pulls your head to rest on their gigantic pectoral muscle. I mean, I still trust you. We can only do what we think to do in the time and adjust as we learn new information. I mean, the first thing I did when I tried to, make everything better was set my sister's hair on fire. We all make mistakes, it happens.
This isn't just a mistake, though. This is earth-shattering.
Well, you're an earthbender. You can put it back together.
Can we cut briefly away from that incredible line, which is just like so good to end that moment on? Where is Satya going?
I assume that where she used to live is nearby. Like it's not the main part of the palace, but it's like a wing, maybe.
Like a wing. Yeah.
Yeah. She is probably just trying to find like the area that she used to live in.
Junsho is going to like catch up with you and tap you and be like, if you want the queen to continue believing our plan, you need to hold it together until we get somewhere safe.
And just before we cut to that reaction, I want to make note, I think when somebody saw Satya storm off, the queen would have been informed, who is currently with, like, her husband, and also Nimbia. So Nimbia would know, and I want to give Honey the choice of who she would go to, because the guard would have reported Satya is heading to their wing. It would be referred to as like Satya's wing, essentially. And Choyu is still in his room. Like everything would have been reported and you would have heard that, Honey. So I want to give you the capability to go to either or as well.
And Junsho is with Satya. Was any of that relayed, or is it just Satya?
Yes.
And G's with Satya too.
Yep, it's all laid out.
Okay. She's gonna do her collection round and go to the ones that's the furthest away and try to bring everybody back to the thing.
Fair.
And she's like,
so you're going to Satya, yeah?
Yeah, it's going to let the queen know. So as I said, you sprinkle these herbs in the water. If there is not someone who can, well, there's not many that can manipulate like I do. So he can breathe it in. It does not heal, but it comforts.
Thank you. Incredibly so. I greatly appreciate your help. If I ever need you, may I call?
I am going to say something controversial to you, and you may not be used to someone saying this, okay?
All right.
The people who can call on me are the people that I consider family. I once was at the bidding of a royal family, and they took everything from me. And it is no offense to you or what you were born into, but there is a legacy of blood and death in the hands of everyone I have ever met that has worn a crown. And I promised myself I would never be beholden to that again.
She will be extraordinarily quiet at that. And you just see this look on her face. It's not quite sadness, and it's not quite grief. It is the recognition of the full weight and impact of your worldview, and recognizing and understand you two will never get along in the way that she had sort of hoped. You know, like when you have that moment with a person, you're like, we are just never going to be a thing, are we? And she processes that emotion and she nods. And all she says is, I don't think that's controversial. If you'll excuse me, I need to attend to my son. And then walks to Choyu's room.
Oh yeah. And then and then it's just like, okay, well, I was going to tell you, but you did a great job bringing a gem into the well, but take that as you want. This is why I don't deal with royal people. You know, she's just on her friend.
Yeah.
Walking off to find Satya and Junsho and G, and just be walking very quickly. Just very quickly.
And we can cut in on Nimbia, just like that moment that we had with Junsho and Satya, where you had said something, Junsho. I forget what it is. Do you remember?
Junsho stops Satya from like storming too far, and says, "If you want the queen to buy your story, you got to hold it together until we get somewhere safe." And I mean, that's coming from advice from a person who melts down very often and knows that she has to get to a safe space first. So.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, you see like this general kind of like dead in the face look just come on Satya. It's very rehearsed.
Perfect.
Use it a lot.
You've nailed it.
See Nimbia coming around the corner, walking very quickly.
G is gonna like flag Nimbia down.
Yes, you three are here, and there are 2 people who are missing, which means there has been a separation. Quickly, someone tell me what has happened.
It's bad, Nimbia.
Oh, okay. Like, when you say bad, does it mean someone is bleeding? Does it mean someone's heart is bleeding? Does it mean someone is emotionally wrecked? Or are we thinking all of the above?
The ones except for the actual real blood coming out, but we shouldn't talk about it here. So, I was gonna go with Satya wherever she's going. If you want to check in with Shoza and Chuyu, and then, I have a date, I think?
You have a date? Hello? You have a date?
I don't know. But let's get Satya somewhere safe.
She's going to look to Satya very quickly. We do not know each other very well, and I hope to change that. Take a deep breath. I do not know you very well, but I can tell a smile that is not real. Whatever pain you are feeling, hold on to it. Make it into a pearl. Tuck it away until you are by yourself. And for now, we're going to go help the people who are also hurting. Okay? Come on, I know you can do it. You had a knife at the throat of a stranger. You can do it. Okay. It's just like, I was just bringing dumplings.
Maybe it was like, we're gonna have a picnic, and then she arrived and it's just drama. I think if we're starting to walk back, G will sort of try to fall into step with Satya, and like do the thing where she puts her hand close to Satya's hand to make sure that, like, if she wants to hold hands, she can like take her hand, but she's being very.
You gotta tight squeeze.
Okay. G squeezes back, and as they're walking, she's going to say, Nimbia is very cool and very smart. But I will say that I don't think you have to go back there right now if you don't want to.
I want to. I love them so much.
I know.
But knowing that their family was responsible for the death of my mom, it's really hard right now. Maybe in a couple of hours or something.
Yeah, let's get you back to your rooms. Come on, let's go. This is not a good place to talk about this, G. Let's go. And then she kind of like, Junsho kind of smiles at Nimbia and says, I'm glad you're here, Nimbia.
Go.
Okay.
Take care of them.
As we're walking, despite what Junsho said, G is going to, even quieter, like leaning towards Satya's ear, trying to make it so that Junsho can't hear, so that they're still talking about the thing that Junsho's telling them not to talk about. G is going to say, you get to take all the time that you need. Just tell me what you need. And then go.
If you could, if you get a moment, please let Choyu know I'm not mad at them. I just need some space.
Okay.
Cool. We will cut away from the three of you moving towards Satya's wing. We will move over and sort of like move over to Nimbia's view, like walking towards Choyu's room now, and the camera kind of zoom.
Sorry, I think G would go with Nimbia to Choyu's room then.
Because Satya said to talk to, yeah.
Yep. Cut past G and Nimbia then.
Speed walk to catch up.
Speed walking G, like camera stays with G for a moment, big, tall, muscular lady. Cutting to another even bigger, taller, muscular lady.
It's the tall, muscular lady crew. Let's go.
Emotional support, Fembos. You love to see it. And speaking of Embos, the camera will cut hard to another person walking quickly to Choyu's room, where Shoza and Choyu are seated on the ground, and your mother simply opens up the room door. And I would like, maybe we don't have words for this. Maybe we just cut on the moment, Jay and Shoza. Like, maybe we can talk through looks. Does that sound okay with you to like make it all dramatic and concise? She comes to the door and looks at Choyu, confused, looks at Shoza, also confused. Why is Shoza upset and seeming out of sorts? And then eyes drift up to the pile of correspondence. And then
I think Choyu's holding some of it too. Like they're like, yeah.
Didn't register at first that you were, but then like cuts back down to your lap and sees it, and then like looks at you. Just completely blank expression, just looking at you, and also at Shoza to see what the two of you are looking like.
So when she comes in, I think Choyu startles because pretty much no one except my mom would barge into my room. And I picture her stopping in the doorway and looking at all of us. And once her eyes drift back to me, like the second time, Choyu just looks like insurmountably angry and pissed off.
And she will see that and then cut over to Shoza.
Shoza's not even really looking at her.
Yeah.
Shoza,
well, how does Shoza look?
Doesn't care about this lady. Shoza is still has their arm around Shoyu, and honestly, I think Shoza just looks annoyed that she's even here.
And recognizing that in that moment and like seeing that moment, she's going to simply turn and glide away, which Nimbia, she won't even make a show of it. I imagine they both like sort of stop when they see her, and she doesn't hesitate. She just goes straight back to her room. And if we may, I would like to do a very short jump cut, if that's okay. We can give our season a final little send-off with a little bit of something, a little bit of hope out of all this angst, tension we've now deliciously left open for season 2 to resolve. And we cut to a very small, cramped house in one of the lower portions, of Omashu, very what have you. And we see Junsho and a cat jump out of the alley. We see Junsho go up to the door, check the address, and immediately the door is answered by Izuko. Oh, hi, you're a little bit early. And just in the background, you see the 5 brothers like all do the like head turn thing and then immediately get back to their task. One of them's making dinner, another one's chopping stuff up, another one's setting the table. Like they're all very clearly working now at like full hyper speed to get things adorned. Are you okay?
A lot has happened since I saw you. And to put it into just a few words, yes, I'm fine. Everyone else isn't, though, and that's hard. So.
Yeah. You know what? I completely understand. And like awkwardly looks behind them at the 5 brothers who are now like double time hyperspeed anime, like shooting across the room and everything. And she kind of like closes the door just a smidge. She's like, you know, it's been a short while since I've known you. But even if everybody's feeling bad and it's kind of shitty right now, I think everybody's gonna get resolved. This group has a habit of bringing out the best in each person and really caring about one another. I know I haven't always been that present in some of these circumstances, but I've watched, when everyone was doing the course and racing, and I was just excited to be a part of that and to cheer them on and see Choyu compete and win that entire thing. And with Pana, I don't know how you all resolved that, but everything you guys face, even though it doesn't quite go to plan, I don't know, I think it'll all turn out good in the end.
Yeah. I think you're right. And I think that it's easier for me because it's just some stuff I already knew being confirmed. And so I'm a little bit worried about Shoza, and I didn't get to check in with them before coming here, but Nimbia's there, so I think they'll be fine. I didn't want to be late, so...
Well, she seems really capable, like super capable.
The most capable.
Intimidatingly capable.
Anyway.
I made noodles, and she just grabs Junsho's hand and then leads her through the door.
And Junsho loves food, so she's her demeanor changes. She's moved on already from dealing with everyone else's stress and is excited to eat these noodles.
Cool. All right. Does anyone else have another scene, or can we wrap this puppy up?
Well, when you say wrap up, what do you mean? Because I see it right now that we're all doing our epilogue scenes. Is that the case?
That is the case.
Okay.
Yes.
So I have my epilogue scene.
Yes.
Shoza, I imagine it is like sunset. Shoza is back on the ship. They are by themselves and have set up multiple, for lack of a better word, like practice dummies, kind of like all around them in different directions. And they have Nimbia's hand wraps that she left them, and they wrap their hands up, and they look at just like the first dummy in front of them, and a voice that we're not familiar with, but is their dad's voice, says, you can do this one faster. And Shoza jumps forward, hits it. The first one goes down, and we hear again, faster. And they use their explosion bending to blast themselves backward and turn mid-air and hit this other dummy and knock it down. And I think we zoom out a bit, seeing more of the shape of the whole ship, and just kind of leave Shoza in this framed shot of them moving very fast, launching themselves from dummy to dummy and back again, hitting each of them. And before we cut away, they are standing in the center of a bunch of destroyed dummies that are all smoking. Usually Shoza really usually only uses their bending to move themselves. And all of these dummies are smoking, and in their, like, clutched in their hands is just this vibrant light, like there are small, like, explosions popping off in their hands that are like clutched in fists. And I think for the first time, not that anyone, any of the other characters are there to see it, but for the first time, any of them would have seen this except for Junsho. And certainly the first time the audience has seen it, I think Shoza looks pissed. And I think that's where it like fades away from them.
Yeah. And then can we then we cut from that scene and we see a montage of Choyu's mother in their room. Choyu just barging in, door thrown wide, yelling completely at her, completely distraught, upset, like throwing the letters, being extremely accusatory. The words, "how could you," are mouthed, and it's very dramatic. It's very all music, no sound or audio, like one of those like really heartstrings tugging string moments from Avatar. And we see Choyu, like that low to high slow cut of Choyu. It's intimidating. Do you want to describe how like Choyu's demeanor is? Because I have an idea of it, but I want to give you that chance too.
Yeah, they're really upset. And I don't think like anyone has seen them like this angry because they're a very grounded haha person. And this is completely, I guess, out of character for them. But seeing how poorly both like the twins and Satya reacted to it, like to this news, they, in their typical fashion, they are blaming themselves for everything, but then they have turned that blame onto their parents because that's all their fault. And so they're just very angry because it seems like all of these politics and all of this other stuff has basically ruined all of their friends' trust in them. And they're feeling very alone in this moment, especially like when everyone found out and pretty much everyone except Shoza got up and left. Like that really hurt. So they're very upset. And I'm not sure what you mean by demeanor, but they're like, what were you picturing? And you're muted.
I was thinking, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, even though they're completely out of control and out of character, there might be something like the authority that we've seen Choyu exhibit, they might be also speaking from a little bit. Like this is them admonishing their mother, not just as like a broken and distraught child, but also as like, I was stepping up to the plate to deal with this legacy finally, doing the thing you wanted me to do. And you have the gall to have done, and like we see.
Yeah, like I didn't want to like really include words, but if we could hear almost like echoing, like yelling from Choyu, like they are yelling about this legacy, about what their parents have handed down to them. They're angry that their parents have always wanted the best for them, but this is all like this is literally all built on lies and distrust, and like they're screaming like, you're working with them, meaning the Fire Nation, the people that imprisoned us in our own homes. Like they're just like really upset that their parents basically. Also, the other thing, they've been taught from the very beginning to always tell the truth, to always be truthful, how to be a good leader, and their mom just showed like how not that she is. And they're just really, they're pissed off. at
Yeah.
her. And they're saying, yeah, and like what you said, like, you expected me to come up and take this on, like, this is not my burden to bear, this is yours. And like, I never wanted this, but I was doing this for you.
Yeah. And I think that might be the phrase that Shoyu leads on. Yeah. And like really the moment where the words actually cut in over the action. And like Shoyu stomps, turns to leave. And we see the camera pan slow up to Choyu's mom, who has certainly an upset expression, one that is being very withheld and reserved. And she has tears in her eyes. How can she not? But there's also a weird look of strange pride in a way as she looks up and watches Choyu leave.
And somebody said it in the chat, and that makes just way too much sense, that when they're yelling, I think the palace shakes. They're just
Yes,
so
let's
angry.
Canonize that.
Yeah,
and
I like that.
At the end of this, it's like even with the footsteps of Choyu walking away, each one, the palace shakes with that anger. And quietly we cut from that and Choyu storming off with footsteps that can be heard all around to the scene that Maya had wanted to play out, I think.
So I think this would happen directly, like immediately after what just happened. I think, and correct me if this isn't what they would do, but I feel like Choyu would maybe be going back to their room after they had that conversation with their mother.
I think it's either that or they're trying to leave to like get out of the city so that they can go hurl rocks where they were hurling rocks before. Or like a practice yard or something like that. Like if there's like open space.
If there's any way, do you think they would at least pass by their room?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay. I think because I think they would be going because they're. I think like maybe the only other last scene is that they got all dressed up for their mom and like all of this, and I think they go back to their room and they like basically tear off all of their clothes, and they change into basically just really plain clothes, like stuff that is just like their workout whatever, and I think their plan is to go get Xiaolong and take a ride and go to like the outskirts of the city.
Okay. When they finish changing and exit their room, G is sitting on the floor in the hallway next to their door, like with her knees up to her chest, just kind of like waiting. And when you walk out, she's gonna like, she looks up at you.
No. I wasn't expecting you to be there.
Sorry, I know I'm normally up there. She's gonna stand up. Where you headed?
Away. And they're like taking their hair down as they're saying this.
Do you want company?
And I think they pause, and they don't say anything because they can hear in their head the voices of like Satya and everyone else saying like, oh, when you get upset, you always want to like sulk and be alone. They hear Shozut's voice and like you like no, don't do that.
Shozut's voice saying and write poetry.
Yeah. And on the wind, poetry. And so I think Choyu would just say, if you want to come, you can come. And they just turn around and start walking. They're not going to wait for you. It's like up to you to keep up with me.
G's keeping up. And then if it's cool with you, maybe we can like cut to you throwing rocks.
Yeah. So I think like there's like a really quick, like I go down to the wherever Xiaolong is kept. They probably have their own enclosure thing. And I get up on the back, and for once I help you up onto my eel hound, and I will do like the nudge with my like heels, and I think Xiaolong knows where to go, and we're gonna go to like some practice yard or something, and then cut to that. Yeah.
I think if this feels like something that if G feels like this is something that Shoyu would want, she will pull out her meteor hammer and just sort of like train with it next, like adjacent to them, just so they're not like throwing rocks alone, and just like whipping it around, curls around her arm, cracks into the ground. She pulls it back. Meanwhile, there's boulders flying everywhere.
I am picturing like a really pretty sequence where the two of them are just doing their like martial arts forms like almost in unison, but it's like a dance. And you've got your meteor hammer, and I'm just throwing boulders around. Yeah,
that's exactly what I was picturing. And then the last part of this, I think, before is that in like towards the end of it, when we take a break, when there's like a moment of like catching our breath and no boulders and the meteor hammer is resting on the ground, G is going to, without looking at you but just next to you, say, she doesn't hate you. No one does.
How I fucked up.
That doesn't mean that she hates you. It means that you fucked up. And it's time to unfuck it up.
I don't know what everyone thinks of me. I already yelled at my mom.
Yeah, I felt that.
They tilt their head just a little bit at that because I don't think they were aware.
You made a mistake. And honestly, it wasn't even, the big majority of it wasn't even on you. You didn't do this. You didn't make this choice. But it happened. And it's happening. But this isn't the end. You get that, right? There's going to be something after this. You get to do that. And we're going to do it together. Okay?
Yeah. And I think Choyu stands up, and they will raise up one last boulder. And I think they do like some kind of like roundhouse like back kick. And as they do that, they just say, fuck a legacy.
And as the boulder flies, I think G will whip her meteor hammer around and crack the boulder. And I don't know if it would break completely. I guess this depends on what rocks we're working with here. But
it's a meteor hammer.
It's a meteor hammer.
Igneous rock.
Yeah, here's the answer. It's a meteor hammer. It
Fantastic.
breaks.
It shatters the rock. And I think that is where I'm fine with that scene ending.
Cool. And we see the meteor hammer break, and it zooms close in on the dark metal of it and black screens and fades to Satya.
Satya has been making her way alone to the wing of the palace where she grew up. It's on the eastern side. And she gets to the big double doors that mean that her parents' living quarters are behind there. They're very ornately decorated with stars and moons and celestial patterns. because that was her family's history. They were more interested in the rocks in the sky than the ones on the ground, actually. So when she opens it up, she sees that everything is kind of the way it was, untouched but clean. And she just walks around kind of touching everything. And a song that was kind of popular during the last weeks that she was with her whole family pops into her head, and she sees the flowers painted on the walls, the trees. Her mom was very much into botany, and she just starts to herself just singing, leaves from the vine falling so slow, like fragile tiny shells drifting in the foam. And it's an emotional time for her, but that's it. She just holds on to the necklace with the coin, the only thing her mother had on her when she died.
Honey, you want to take it on home with Nimbia's monologue that you got?
Nimbia has a lot of sad, frustrated, angry, scared babies all over the place. And she's just too doesn't know that well. And with all these montages and so on, there is a certain empathy and determination, as she gets herself prepared and has in a kitchen, doesn't matter which kitchen it is, but is in the kitchen, and is chopping vegetables and talking. And the idea is if anybody came to her for advice, whenever it is in the interim, they'd all be hearing snippets of this. She says, this is not the end, because there is no end to the push and pull of being. Fire burns, wood becomes ash. From the ash, which goes to the earth, metal is nurtured in that earth, and sometimes green sprouts come up. Then there is more wood, and there is more metal. And yes, there is a sharp bite of metal that can knock down wood, but then it goes back to the earth and new life comes. Sometimes we don't realize that what we depended on and who we depended on is all dependent upon where they are willing to follow. Together, the struggle of learning better and doing better helps you grow. So no, my darling, this is not the end. You can reclaim where you came from. You can reclaim who you are. You can reclaim what you are made of. You can reclaim where you are going. Because family can be found, and you don't know how far your journey will end up. So no, you can say it's a proclamation. You can say it's a declaration. It does not matter. Because this is the time that you step forward and say, this is my reclamation.
And that's where our season ends. Like, I'm in tears.
Oh, honey.
I was like, we all cry now, right? Like, everyone cry now.
Yep.
That was amazing.
Oh my God. All right. So while we still have a semblance of professionalism left and most of our fluids leaking out of our eyes, I'm Riley Gritch on Twitter and Twitch. If you have enjoyed this season, there's more coming. We will be back in June 11th, I think, potentially, for Book 2, Season 2 of this goddamn show. So this isn't the last. We're just taking a few months breaks, and for everybody who's here and who's been watching, thank you. It's been really meaningful to have this be the first time GMing for me on stream, and I hope you all have enjoyed that story, and I look forward to telling it more with these fine and wonderful beings. Ellis, please take it away next.
Hey everybody, my name is Ellis. I use they, them pronouns. You can find me on Twitter at Hekvetica, Hekvetica, where I talk about TTRPGs and UI UX design, as well as probably a lot of Elden Ring coming up. I just wanted to give thanks to Riley, to Nikki for setting the show up and running the channel, as well as to the rest of my fellow cast for being fucking awesome. I include Glyza and Honey in that, but also a special shout out to Honey for that wonderful ending, because that was a really just wonderful gift. So thank you for that. I will. Oh God, I have to find the person who looks like they're the most able to talk right now. I don't know. Chris, go for it.
Oh, you picked me.
I don't know.
Okay. Do you want to see the tear-stained cheeks? It's fine. I'm fine. Emotional damage. Woo.
Emotional.
Hi, I'm Christiana. I go by she, her pronouns. I have had the incredible honor of playing Satya this season, and I look forward to the next. Echoing what Ellis said, Riley, you are a gift. Nikki, thank you. You're one of my favorite people. I'm sorry, I'm so emotional right now.
Me the fuck too.
Honey, that was beautiful. This is my first time meeting you and streaming with you, and I love you. That was incredible. And the rest of my castmates, I know we'll talk after this, but kisses all around. I love you. I want to smooch you. Glyza, I don't want to beat you up in real life. Yeah, you can find me at Carpet Christie on the socials. I really just I talk about RPGs and I flirt with my friends a lot, and that's basically it. So, Maya, you can go next.
Whoa! Hi. I'm Maya. I use she, her pronouns. You can find me at Anxious Maya on Twitter and Twitch, even though I don't stream anymore, but I might in the future. My sweet boy, howdy, that was amazing. Everyone here rocks. This story rocks. All these characters rock. Rocks. It's an earthbender pun for sure. That's why I said that, not because I thought about that. I said that. I thought that ahead of time. This has been amazing. I will have more words for my fellow cast members later, but you were all incredible. This was incredible. This is one of the first times I have been on a TTRPG stream and felt this connected to the cast of characters. You always see people talking about how their TTRPG like cast of characters become a family, but I really felt it this time, and that is so fucking cool. And you're all amazing, and I can't wait for book 2. I am going to pass it to Honey, because I think Jay needs a minute.
I thought Nikki wanted it, so I was waiting for Nikki. All right, everyone. I am Honey, aka Honey and Dice. You can find me on Twitter at Honey and Dice. You can find me on Instagram at Honey and Dice. There's nothing on that Instagram. I just didn't want anyone to take the name. All the projects and the work that I'm doing and so on, you can find me at www.honeyanddice.com. But mostly I write games, I read games, I play games, I run games, and I'm just everyone's biggest cheerleader. That's what I do. I make sure that people know that they are valuable and that they are loved. I want to thank everyone on this cast for wanting me to play with them. I was here for the first episode and have been so proud to see this story come along. I have been so proud to watch Riley as a storyteller. I have been so proud to watch Nikki. I've known Nikki before Nikki began actually streaming and producing and so on. And so watching that journey of not only her, but also this channel and the environment and the community that has been created is such a beautiful thing. So you all have done such an amazing job. I have a sign off I always use. Most people are familiar with it. And I'm just going to encourage you all to make sure that you remember to love your you. And if that's hard today for whatever reason, and things have been really hard for a lot of people, know that it's okay, because it's okay to be okay and it's okay to not be okay. My world is a better place simply because you exist in it. You are all shining stars and the night sky that is my existence. So you are valuable, you are loved, and have a wonderful rest of your evening, your day, or whatever time it is that you see this. Thank you all so much.
Okay, well, I gotta follow that. I thought it was hard ending Besieged by the Dead. And this is so much harder. I think that Maya nailed it. It feels very much like a family affair happening here. It doesn't help that I have a twin on the show. So it feels even more significant. So anyway, I'm happy to share our brain cell in front of for the world to see. Thank you so much, everybody, for who watched and joined us on this journey and laughed with us and cried with us. And thank you, Riley, for putting this show on with me and being the perfect person who could balance the sad, scary, and happy and goofy stuff all at the same time. I knew you could do it, and I was so pumped when you said yes. And now I'm extra pumped that everyone wants to do another season, because I would die if I didn't get to. So anyway, tune in when we come back in June. And then, because this is my channel and I have to do all the plugs. Tomorrow we have Gwen and Jess from Uncaged Goddesses on the talk show. So definitely tune in for that. I'm really excited about Uncaged Goddesses, and I'm really excited to have Jess on again. Tune in for June Show's June Show. And then Tuesday, we have another episode of our Vampire the Masquerade show that Christiana's also in. And that'll be our penultimate episode. So we have 2 more of that. And then we have masks campaigns starting in March. One of them will be raising funds for Equality Texas. So definitely check out our Tuesday night show in March to help us raise money to help the babies. So anyway, and to everyone out there and to my cast, if you ever need a pep talk, I am your queer mom ready to tell you whatever you need to hear to feel better without blowing smoke up your ass. So, Jay, are you ready?
As ready as I'll ever be. My brain is mush. I am crying. I was like, oh, I'll film so many TikToks after this because I'm already in costume. But no, my makeup got fucked. Oh, geez, where to start? I'm Jay. I'm on Twitter at Nolawoo. I did all the character art on the overlays. So if you like art, at Nala Draws, I drew something really special, which I'm gonna post after all of this and once I'm done crying. So follow my art account, which is where I'll post that. If you want to see me in another game where I play a just a normal, just your average normal run-of-the-mill English professor, I played Talise Wong on an Urban Shadows game. They are a crime boss vampire. Hashtag girl boss. But I'm playing that character. They have all their crap together, or so you think. Our 3rd episode is airing this Wednesday, I'm pretty sure. We had to move it from last week, so I think we're going this week and not waiting 2 more weeks. But yes, so if you want to see me in another show, that's on Friends Who Roll Dice. Oh, what else do I have to plug? I don't think I have anything else to plug, but follow me on Twitter, because anything else that I do will be there. Thank you all so much. I have no words. Getting to play this character has been extremely euphoric for me. In addition to being a love letter to my culture, it's very very emotional, and I am so excited for season 2 when we can start um bringing all of these threads together now that we have discovered our backstories are linked more than what we had thought. And I just like thank you everyone for being so cool. I don't think I have ever cried this much in a game before. At least on stream. I have never cried this much, and that is just a testament to the power of storytelling and collaboration and all of those things that make role-playing games so special for me. So thank you all for that. And I'm gonna stop rambling, but follow all of us on Twitter so you can see where we're gonna be and what we're gonna do, because everyone's fucking cool.
Cool. Thank you genuinely to everyone who's watched this. Thank you to the incredible cast, all of you, every one of you who we had on the show. And I hope you all have a genuinely good time, and we'll see you in season 2. Peace, everybody.